As the sun rises on this arena, the pursuit of glory begins. Amongst the chaos, amidst the challenges, only the relentless will own the glory.
Chúng tôi suýt nữa đã mất cơ hội để đi tiếp. Đáng lẽ cả team phải thể hiện tốt hơn.
Kami kena tunjukkan mereka siapa kami di final. Kami sudah lama tunggu saat ini. Masa untuk tunjuk siapa kami sebenarnya.
Chúng tôi đã để lại dấu ấn tại Bangkok. Đã đến lúc càn quét thành phố này bằng một chức vô địch.
Fala, rapaziada. Mano, a gente não desiste. A gente é a Loud. A gente vai ser campeão, rapaziada. Pode anotar aí.
Now I got to up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all.
Frozen.
Kalah itu nggak masalah. Semua itu tentang menang atau lu belajar. Semua akan tiba pada waktunya.
ถึงเวลาพิสูจน์ว่ามันไม่ได้เป็นแค่เรื่องบังเอิญ ถึงเวลาพิสูจน์ว่าเราพร้อมที่จะชนะ
Sebenarnya kita nggak peduli sama omongan orang tentang kita. Kalau kita udah ada di sini, berarti kita emang pantas ada di sini.
Cuối cùng, chúng tôi đã trở lại với đấu trường thế giới. Đã đến lúc viết nên một chương mới cho cái tên WAG.
Kita akan menikmati setiap perjalanan kali ini. Tapi tujuan kita jelas. Kita siap untuk menjadi yang teratas.
ผมว่านี่คือโอกาสครั้งหนึ่งในชีวิตของผม ผมจะทำให้ดีที่สุด
Ano passado é só uma memória. Esse ano nós vamos chegar na glória.
Still remember, huh?
Twelve teams are set. Only the greatest team will own the glory. Take a seat and watch the most glorified war ever. In Free Fire World Series 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, survivors of all ages, welcome back, baby. This is the Free Fire World Series 2023, and we are all in Bangkok, ready to crown the champions of the year. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Danily and my casting partner, Husky, and it is about to be a stellar day today, Danny.
Stellar, I think some people are going to call it explosive. We should be seeing some explosive performances, but I'm really excited for today.
I just want to say, hot damn, the graphics is good. They powered an entire city with that. They 3D printed the trophy. It's time to crown the new kings. This is where they finish the golden road. 6 more rounds until we find out potentially a new champion or perhaps a three-peat in the history of Free Fire.
It is not a 3D printed trophy. Okay, it's an actual trophy. It's made out of titanium, isn't it, Danny?
Well, yes, I think so.
Yes, it's a little bit lighter than bronze, but it's much more easier to carry it back home if you can take it away from Thailand. This is the tournament format. You guys saw the knockout stages. We started off with 18. We now only have 12. The 12 went through 2 days of point rush, and they collected quite a number of points to start off the grand finals. As we've told you before, the past 2 World Series, the difference between the number 1 and number 2 spot has been less than 4 points. So point rush means a world of difference. And as you can see, between 1 and 2, it is $150,000 US, Husky.
And we've seen that before. Last year, 2 points separated a whole world of money, right? I think $200,000, and it could happen again today based off of the point rush system because the teams are still separated just by measly 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely. We go back to the usual point system. You hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points, 9 points for second place. You dock 1 off for each and every single placement. Lower than that, 11th and 12th on the other hand, gets absolutely nothing. But every single elimination gets you 1 point.
Yep, and some teams really love to grab those eliminations. Now, just in case we are looking at a tiebreaker, we have a couple of rules set in place. Teams will be compared for the number of booyahs first. If both teams still have the same booyahs, then we'll go for total eliminations. And then finally, we'll go based off of survival ranks in the final round. And that final round, remember, is the random map.
That is insane, right? All up to luck as to where you can go and dominate. But these are the final list of squads. EXPS, Buriram, CGGG representing Thailand, Magic Squad for Brazil alongside Loud, as well as RRQ from Indonesia.
And these are just the 6 teams. We have 12 teams in total, so 6 more are also waiting to be introduced in case you guys have missed out any of the days. We have Poco, Stars, Thorat from Indonesia, WAG, GOW, and P Esports from Vietnam, and of course Expand from Malaysia.
So with our top 12 teams already determined, they've got their points from yesterday from the point rush. It's now going to come down to pure performance today. You cannot afford to miss a round. Now, just a quick recap for anyone that missed out on the games in the past 2 days. We had point rush, and the points we have right now are what the teams are going to start off the grand final day with. So as you can see, CGGG will start with 13 points, 12 for Magic Squad, 11 for Buriram, and then of course, as you go down, that's how many points everyone's going to start off with. Now, this is huge, right? Because as stated previously, first and second place in the past years have been determined by a matter of 1, 2 digits. So having this head start could be massive for some of these teams, especially if they're vying for that crown.
And the first time in the history of the Free Fire World Series, we're starting off the final day with points on the screen.
And the craziest thing was that Buriram had 3 points on the first day of point rush, and yesterday they scraped by with a last round booyah to get into top spot and claim an extra 8 points to put them in 3rd by the start of the grand finals. I believe we've seen this so many times.
Freaking deja vu, man. I mean, last year at Bangkok, that's exactly what happened, where Buriram took that final round to get a massive number of points to be crowned champions, and of course not just a single time, but 2-time world champions. But of course, thank you so much for tuning into our broadcast. If you also want to support some of our official co-streamers, do head on over to their pages as well. I'm pretty sure they have some goodies for you.
Definitely hang out with them if you don't want to just tune in with us. It's great to have a personality to watch these streams with as well, because they'll be commentating over the games along with us as well. So if you want something a little bit spicy, join our co-streamers. They are an amazing, wonderful bunch of people. We highly recommend you hang out with them if you're deciding to have a little bit of a spicy stream.
What is?
Oh, yeah. So that's what they meant by chant, video chant. 3.
Vambora, caralho! Vambora! Pra trás! 1, 2, 3, ordem!
The teams are rearing to go, and we're rearing to go as well, of course, as our viewers watching the broadcast. We are ready for game number 1. And as usual, we're going to follow the standard format of maps. So that means we're going to be kicking things off with Bermuda, followed by Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and then we're going to wrap things up with the random map, which, of course, as usual, it could really make things either difficult or a little bit easier for some of our competitors.
Of course, it's only fitting to kick off the team features by looking at our two-time world champion Buriram United Esports with just massive numbers on the screen: 8.1 average eliminations, 6,000 average damage, and almost a flat 9 average assists per round. This is just an insurmountable stat, right? Not much teams have been able to come close or even replicate this amount of success, and a big part of it is thanks to Get High, with the A124 being one of the best supports that Buriram has ever gotten for themselves since, what, 2-3 years ago?
Oh yeah, average eliminations 1.6. When this guy is rushing at you with that A124, the best you can do is run away and hope to God you've got some extra glue walls to block off some of those shots. But of course, we also want to take a look at Thorad, and you know, this is the Indonesian squad that walked in here with a lot of promise. We know them as the first Raiders Eclipse from the past, and they have shined in quite a number of tournaments. But the problem with this team is they are on and off. Sometimes they get massive rounds, and a lot of those times they get something pretty under average.
And the question is that, aside from having, you know, Ikao on the A124, right, the numbers, obviously you can't compare him directly to Get High, but it's also, like AJ mentioned, the team has been inconsistent, and yesterday they played with Davis for the entire day 2 of Point Rush. Now, the main question is, who is going to be playing today, right? Is Darko going to be with the team? Is the captain going to be with the squad? Or will Davis run it all until the end? You can look at the head-to-head. Ikao might have high levels of accuracy, but for Get High, he's confirming a lot of these points for his team.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, eliminations are eliminations. Those are guaranteed points. So you've really got to make sure that you actually have those eliminations down.
That being said, though, I have no idea exactly why we are comparing Buriram as well as Thorad, because Thorad, I understand, yesterday they walked away with a booyah on Bermuda. Massive number of points, a total of 30, 18 eliminations, and 12, of course, from the booyah that they walked away with. But taking a look at some of the top eliminations here as well before we continue the conversation, C-Triple-G Peter, the one who we all think at the desk is well deserving of that MVP $10,000 prize, but unfortunately his team has not gotten enough number of booyahs as EXPS.
And I think it's very poetic to look at the top 3, right? You have, you know, Peter, you have Du, and you have Abe from RRQ, Kazu. And of course, the stars to watch today, you have, of course, the captain of BRU, which is Jonah. You have Bob7 from Magic Squad, and also Mexico from Lao. 3 different players that plays entirely different roles for the team.
What's that saying in Bahasa Melayu translated to English? You know, tin kosong.
Empty can makes the loudest noise?
Yes.
Empty can makes the loudest noise.
An empty can makes the loudest noise. I don't want that saying to be pasted onto loud, because they are pretty loud there on the battlefield. And, you know, some of...
Mexico is getting ready. He is ready.
And some of those matches, just like Thorad, just like the old First Raiders Eclipse, are extremely explosive. They started off the competition explosive. They sometimes show up really strong. But then, you know, it really doesn't last. So maybe they don't want to get too loud. Maybe they want to just give us some subdued shouts this time. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if you want to give them subdued shouts, because, you know, the first map of the day is actually Bermuda. And this is their best map. So if there's a place to be loud, it's got to be this one.
I agree.
I want to sort of bring up this idea. I think we've talked about it yesterday, right? Like, how much influence or how much can we rely on the information that we got from Point Rush for these past 2 days, right? Because teams are going to be approaching Point Rush differently. As we said before, some teams are experimenting, some teams may be taking it seriously, others are maybe sort of cooling their jets, actually waiting for the grand final day. Who do we actually think is going to perform the same as they did yesterday? Because I think we do have some information to work with.
You know, that's a really tough question to answer because I think some of the teams were not going all out, and those were your top flight teams. I think some teams were not really performing, but those were the teams experimenting, like RRQ. I think just looking purely at their drop spots all throughout Point Rush, it's evident that they were trying to test their own strength against multiple teams, and these were very precise attacks that they took against some squads, right? So I would say the Point Rush information we got is pretty unreliable, but thankfully we had 2 weeks of knockout stages to get this information from, and yes, you are correct, Loud does dominate Bermuda.
Yeah, but at the same time, I also feel like as much as there are variables that exist during Point Rush, there are also some constants, right? I think one of the few constants is that teams from the region of Vietnam specifically have been getting all these hot drop moments, right? They've been challenging a lot of different squads, and they have been the bane of certain runs in a couple of rounds. Most of the times they were the one on the receiving end of the full squad wipe in the first 2 to 3 minutes, but there are some times that they can tip the scales. Another constant is CGG have been pretty darn consistent throughout the past 2 days, and now we're looking for that full conversion into day 3.
Well, it looks like we are ready to jump into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. The pods are loaded. We're going to be loading it into the aircraft as well. Game number 1, Bermuda for the grand final. Who's going to be securing the first booyah and putting themselves on the top of the leaderboard and having a massive head start for the grand final? Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1-day grand final. You've got 6 maps, 6 mistakes. If anything, you don't want to make any mistakes.
6 mistakes. This is the most important 6 rounds of their lives. They prepare 1 year, probably 2 years for this 6 rounds. I say, you know, you can put aside all the previous rounds you played from the group stage until now.
What a flight path.
From this point onwards, any too soon, any full squad wipes in the early stages of the round would just end the world run for you.
That would be a potential hot drop. And I think the question we have to sort of ask, right, is that after the 2 days of Point Rush, does anyone have the confidence, the balls to go for a hot drop?
A massive shift for WAG. This is definitely not their usual drop. You can see some adjustments from the squad. They are pivoting very, very far away from where they usually go to. I think Expanse stays the same. CGG towards Observatory. That one is also pretty similar. But it's good to see that
Esports is going to get blessed here because
there is a chance,
Circle has gone to their own home ground at Cape Town. So the Vietnamese, just like you were looking for, might just perform in this game.
I'm looking at Thorat though. Thorat is also heading towards Cape Town, right? And you know, they want to Point Rush, these 2 teams clash. Day 2, Thorat moved away. Now the question is, Grand Finals, will they move towards Cape Town again?
I hope to God they do not. Kota Tua should be the best spot for them. Yesterday, it was a little bit spicy because it was the team of EXPS that rotated out of Sentosa and went straight into Thorat and PE. But it looks like Thorat went looking for the blue circle this time round. Now, this is the skirmish that happened on the first day of Point Rush, exactly at this location in Cape Town. And when that skirmish happened, PE Sports, they walked away with the most number of points. Thorat kind of got down and outed a little bit too early. Sorry, I kind of got that wrong. PE Sports lost all 4 of their players in this skirmish. So Thorat might just be walking away with something here if they do luck out with their initial loot.
Are you willing to give out ground? I think that is the question that these 2 teams need to kind of figure out. And it's pretty evident that PE Sports wants to push the envelope a little bit. They sent out the UAV. Hongang is trying to get as much info as possible. And rightfully so, right? You can see TR, they are doing the same thing with the Avron Dinoculars. But PE Sports, they have a lot more compound to work with.
How unfortunate. The compound was so full, and yet he had to throw his Dinoculars to one spot that had absolutely nobody. But at least he knows that spot is going to be free to loot, so he can take that ground and perhaps zone out his opponents. But we'll have to catch up with their skirmish a little bit later on. In the meantime, Bullseye being taken over by Team Loud. Now, this is a little bit of a difference as well, because Loud previously was dominating Katulistiwa, so kind of going towards the edge of the map this time round. It seems like they want to loot up first before getting into some of these heavier skirmishes.
Yeah, we also see, like, for Loud, they are back in the Grand Finals once more, right? 3 years in a row. Peter grabbing the first blood onto Krillin. So WAG, we see that very split drop, and CGG finding 2 points at the start.
Some of these teams have a solid amount of head start points and narrow with the Trogon, but can't find any connections whatsoever. A good glue wall pulled up by his opponent from up top. North, the one with the good glue wall, jumps out of the window, tagged up by the A124, And it looks like Nero will come forth. A good glue wall will block out North's access once again. And Nero literally just walks straight into his Drogon, gets out of the window, goes downstairs to provide some assistance, and hits Hao Ang with a bullet as well. And Thorad takes it away from PE Esports again.
Massive play from North. He anticipated a double push, but the first shot from the Drogon hit the guy behind the main target, and that was just unfortunate timing for PE Esports, but also massive blowout for them. I mean, North really kind of lifted his team in that moment, and we also kind of got a glimpse of who they're playing with, right? Darko, again, is not playing with the team. Is Davis, who will be with Thorad, and they're off to a great start.
It was an insane setup by Expand here. Expand moving in towards Peak is insane because that is the home of your two-time world champs. Could they be thinking of stirring the Hornet's Nest a little bit too early here? Expand might just be in trouble, but we'll have to check in on them a little bit later on. CGGG chasing WAG out of the blue, but it's not going to hurt too much. It's just the first circle.
They are going to be chased out of the map if they keep running towards the south side. There's not much space left to work with. CGGG, if you understand it and kind of play a guard post, sure, no problem. I believe WAG still has another 2 members who got revived. So this is not going to be the end for them, even if these 2 members, Cyrus and Dolphin, gets knocked out. We did see an initial drop from courtesy of Cyrus, but you got to somehow fight your way out, and there's not much left for WAG.
Yeah, good backstab here, but it looks like Koski is going to be a tad bit slow with the flank on the right. Peter doesn't wait for his partners to join him. Just rushes on in, hoping to fight this all on his own, and Koski actually finds the connection on the right. Cyrus goes down, Dolphin all alone. As he backs away, not close enough to protect Cyrus. Peter going in for the finisher. Drogon pops a nade first and gets the tag. A124 activated by Dolphin, but there was no way in hell he saves himself from that.
Oh, this is a really tough game for WAG. They went for the split. They've been getting picked off a couple times. The team is still split. Are they only sitting on 1 player left? Oh no, they have the entire team revived. All right, so it's a reset for WAG, but hopefully they can get their macro game back up. But we are seeing a bit of an eastern circle here, so teams to the west are going to have to move on over to the right. But look at Expand.
Yeah, very nice.
Very nice.
Just brushing by Pogo Stars. Though I think this is not entirely the worst case scenario for WAG, because CGGG chased them all the way to Remnant Village, and it is very far away from the safe zone. So there is a chance that CGGG, in the pursuit of 2 points, might have shot themselves in their foot and gave out a lot of that rotational advantage, which I think is the case right now, right? Because WAG, they find a revive, and everyone now is in the safe zone, and they got plenty of time to loot up.
Expand was facing a little bit of a risk outside as they tickled Poco Stars and continued driving by their spot. Thankfully, their vehicle did not blow up, and the MCPS squad had a decent enough time to reposition. Razor with a 100-meter shot finds the connection onto GOW, and they do manage to get that confirmation on the knockdown as well. Groza in hand. Guy can do a lot of damage, but this is really not the kind of circle you want to get cheeky on just yet. You want to wait for the 3rd circle, see roughly which part of the map the safe zone is going to be dragging you to, and it's going to be all the way up to Keratin. So good read of the circle by teams like Poco as well as Expand. They had that spot on.
Spot on. I mean, RQ is on the very northern side. I think Expand actually used the binoculars, so they scan out the entire team of Poco Stars. So Expand kind of has an idea of what to work with. But you also got to worry about the rest of the teams, right? There are teams that are going to be coming in from the south side. You have EXPS and Thorad. With Thorad, they're just arriving at Cape Town. EXPS will have to cross that bridge to get to them.
The Dinoculus is cool, but it just gives you a very rough idea of how many opponents you can expect, but not really their pinpoint location, right? So this is going to be a little risky if Expand does make use of that information to go for a surgical strike, because that will open them up to attack from the other teams that are trying to travel in towards that safe zone as well. Now, Thorad is going to have to deal with EXPS, and yesterday this did not go their way. Let's see how the Indonesians deal with EXPS as Stop hops on out. North is going to be tagged up by the A124, but a good glue wall will keep him out.
Yeah, Magic Squad is actually nearby, but I think they will sit this one out for now. Let Thorad and EXPS duke it out amongst themselves. And North just making the sound decision to just back off and join his team. The UAV did get sent out by EXPS though, and North doesn't really have the line of sight to break it earlier on. It finally gets taken out, but I think EXPS, if they want to continue this pursuit, they can. Thankfully for Thorite, they've bought enough distance, but on the other end is BRU against Expand.
Yeah, this is a tough fight for Expand as BRU scans them out with the UAV. They've got full information, cluster response. But Cobra barely tagged up by that at all. Crime MKS taking a very daring fight straight up in the faces of your two-time world champs. Manages to get a hit onto Wasana. Wasana backs away, good glue wall, and stops the whole squad, and Crime does get dropped. Fantastic response coming through from the team, and one by one, Team Expand falls.
I mean, if you look at the position of BRU, there was never really a chance for Expand to even attempt to fight this. Moshi is on top of the high ground, and he has done so much damage. Sure, he gets dropped by WAG afterwards, but they have already at least secured 4 points for themselves, right? So if WAG wants to go in for the jugular, they gotta do it now. Moshi did get brought back up. The Ghost making the right call to jump onto the high ground alongside Cyrus to flush Moshi out, and this could be the strike that ends BRU's run in the first round.
SMG and a shotgun to take on Moshi, but Moshi is a little bit smarter than that. He backs away, calls for a little bit of backup from the rest of his crew members as well. And with the lower ground, he is going to be able to skirt around the two players from WAG, but he can't waste any more time. Double revolvers in hand. The cheeky stuff from Moshi. And here comes the Trogon backup. It's going to be Jonah as well as Wasana. Trogon in hand. They just pump down WAG like they're defenseless.
I mean, just a very, very good read from BRU, recognizing that they just have the numbers, right? WAG not in the right position. They will lose 2 though, unfortunately, but BRU will be down to get high, and Jonah is a 2 versus 1 in favor of BRU. Not an easy fight for the Ghost to win. He does have the weaponry, but can he outlast 2 individual members from BRU? The Tatsuya dash straight through the window. The Ghost not able to find a connection, and there's a vending machine blocked off by a couple of glue walls. So get high, gets the revive onto Moshi. The Ghost now completely outnumbered. I choose to just back up, but he somehow also buys his own teammates back.
Okay, wait. First of all, both teams rushed to the vending machine. One got to the front of the vending machine. One bought it from outside of the compound. Okay, smart play by WAG's Ghost, and now we've got a stacked team fight once again. Buriram with a full team revive off of Wasana as well as Moshi, and the finisher isn't going to be too difficult. Quillin once again down on the ground. Ghost buys Dolphin back, and this is just a guy making God's work here for the whole team of WAG.
I think you just run. If this goes on any longer, WAG might just be the reason BRU wins the trophy on round 1. They've already gotten 9 eliminations. And this is not even, we're not even halfway through the round yet, right? We're just, 10.5 minutes. We're almost approaching the mid to end game. And BRU has already got such a fat lead. And look at Get High, he's shaking his fingers. He's like, boy, I'm ready to win the trophy already by the end of round 1.
I mean, some people were really doubting us when we said that Buriram isn't really going all out on that point rush. And you can see this is the perfect example of what happens when the two-time world champs tries to get a few eliminations. Barely anybody escapes.
I mean, WAG definitely did their best, right? Had the right idea, but BRU just, again, quick decision making to surpass the odds. And right now, they put themselves in such a good position. But of course, there are still chances for other teams to overtake BRU, but I think the chain of events just made it so much tougher to overtake our returning champions. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, will be facing off against Poco Stars, so only one Indonesian team is going to walk out of this alive.
2 Indonesian teams on one bridge, only one can stand on top of it, and a double glue wall melter laid out right in front of Duds, the only rusher coming through from the side of RRQ. The rest of them lining up right behind him. The flurry of glue walls laid out right in front of Boko, but Abe manages to find his way around just to sneak in a quick shot and then retreats once again. 18 Deer down on the ground. No idea how that connection did come through, but Boko Stars need to back away. They're taking a very aggressive fight against RRQ, who are baiting the players out.
Yeah, Abe has already ran out of glue wall, so they can't stay for much longer. As you see the knock, 18 Deer finds onto Abe. Raz, unfortunately, can't get through the Sonya, and the reset comes through, and Razor plus Does both cash in on a couple of eliminations. As Lehman fights MKS to keep the dream of Poco Stars alive on his day 1. Does get dropped off. His own ice grenade takes him out, and Legal up the captain, watching his squad mates fall one by one, needs to at least somehow get Dust back into the game.
Now, there's no way Poco jumps off of this bridge here. The only way Legaloth gets taken out of this equation if someone's rotating in and they spot him out from afar. Lozzie butts in, bobs. It looks like the Magic Squad players are going down one after the other, and this is the version of Thorat that is just so scary to face out there on the battlefield. This is them working at their fullest potential.
And Lozzie, North, they're all getting these individual wins. Davis backstabbed by Jiu. But it's just Jiu against the rest of Thorat. This man doesn't really have much left in the tank. He needs a miracle though. Maybe Wasana could be the saving grace. North gets dropped from afar, but Jiu is tanking the blue. Might not have enough time to heal back up. Barely just patches his wounds up, but has to go for a very long rotation with 0 glue walls to work with. This could be the end of Magic Squad.
Yeah, great play from Jiu just to sneak away that one elimination point. He saw an opportunity, he quickly took it and managed to survive through that circle as well. And now he gets into a better position, but still outside, tanking the blue. Could be backstabbed any moment now. But look at this absolute chaos that's waiting to ensue in a couple of seconds. The sheer number of players in here.
I mean, Gio got knocked down by the play zone, so MGS, they're not going to be around for any time longer. But BRU against EXPS, this is going to be very important with Jonah, the first to go. EXPS might just end up ending the run for BRU and stopping that momentum that BRU has garnered for themselves at the start of the round. EXPS, Caramel looking for a second victim, gets it. At Magic Squad, though, will end their run in 9th place.
I mean, Jiu got that double revive, but all he went to do was give away the other team's more elimination points. His brothers barely made it to the ground. They got snuffed out instantaneously. Caramel with a fantastic headshot. AWM from a position like that, and Dew supports him from the back as well. EXPS finally gaining those points as well. Another team that was so silent all throughout that point rush stage. Now they're making some good noise out there. Caramel has got the Trogon in hand. They are looking for more, and just like them, 3 teams back-to-back have been eliminated.
Yeah, we're seeing teams getting knocked out left, right, and center. And look, the teams remain. Brazil only has Loud left, and they have so many problems to deal with. CGGG, GOW, they're all in front of this Brazilian squad. WAG holding the edge of the circle, but Lost 21 has come alive. 8 eliminations for Loud so far. CGGG the next on the menu as they just got rid of GOW.
Oh, and it looks like CGGG wants to make sure Loud's on the menu instead of them on fire from up top, but that jump's just not going to do it for them. Kawan does manage to protect the rest of his brothers with the Woodpecker, forcing the team of CGGG back behind that wall. But now CGGG running out of time. They have to circle around the right-hand side, which will take a little bit extra travel time. Buriram from the opposite side, and it looks like EXPS wants to put an end to them first.
Riptide Rhythm is going to destroy the glue wall from on fire. They have no idea that WAG has two members hiding there. And WAG, they're just going to stay still for now. Kawan gets to knock onto on fire as Lau slowly bulldozes through the ranks of CGGG. Peter also drops. It's not his round thus far. WAG, multiple glue walls to keep them safe. And Lau still has to be aware of their surroundings though. Stop on the other end. With Psy Caramel has found the rest of BRU.
Yeah, great steals off of the Brazilian squad. Team Loud just absolutely nicking away those points off of CGGG as EXPS take Buriram out. A great double nade and a final Trogon finisher did in your 2-time world champ. But here comes Brazil from that right-hand side flank. It is going to be Drax first, then meets Caramel. There's Mexico waits behind.
He has no idea.
WAG is going to take that backstab, and Loud's in a lot of trouble.
I mean, Mexico, WG might just be the reason Loud don't win this round. It's not going to be easy. EXPS, they're setting up the defense, and look at Mexico. His back's completely exposed to WAG. UAE sent out. He should have information right now. Lost finds Caramel, but they trade one body back. Drax needs to get Lost back up, and yes, Lost will be up. Mexico, though, has to fight Dolphin and the Ghost, but the Ghost is also being pounded by Dew. Mexico ends up going down. Dolphin again being the backstabber. The game changer for WAG.
Oh yeah, the game changer for EXPS as well, because this has now given EXPS a 1-up. It's a 4v3. Casper traded out. Make that a 3v3 as Drax secures one for him. And all out of nowhere, Kawan and Lost go down. And now the opportunity for WAG to steal the victory away, to steal the booyah from the hands of EXPS. A 2v2 between Vietnam as well as Thailand. It's going to be Dolphin as well as Ghost. Bison and Drogon. Top goes down. A big one. Casper a sliver of health. And WAG take the first booyah of the day. Vietnam has been waiting for this moment. Point rush, no problem, bro. We'll get it done when it really matters.
Patience is indeed a virtue for Dolphin and the Ghost.
My God!
I mean, the Ghost somehow was able to access a vending machine through the wall.
Yeah!
Against BRU, brings his teammates back, loses them anyways, and runs away with Dolphin. Remember we talked about this, right?
Yeah.
They ran to see Triple G,
Yeah.
got crippled, had two other members chase almost and out of the map, got the revive, win in terms of rotation. And can you believe it? They get the booyah as well.
I mean, if you want to get a booyah on the world stage, this is how you do it. With style, with flair. WAG, it wasn't just luck on their side, it was big brain plays, well-coordinated attacks, as well as fantastic defensive retreats that helped them survive. And I have to say, my MVP, and I'm pretty sure your MVP too, guys, the one and only Ghost.
Yeah, I think I have to 100% agree with that. But man, I actually cannot believe WAG's storyline for this game. Like, it is, I think in most cases you would just assume they would have just gotten knocked out, right? Should have gotten knocked out. They didn't. They were able, as you said, to get that vending machine, and then the late game played patiently. They could have actually went in and jumped on top of Mexico much earlier, but the fact that they waited, like they waited till Wu Loud was so invested in that fight that Mexico took a moment too much.
And it wasn't by accident, right? Because we saw them do the exact same thing in this fight as well. They waited for Buriram to be done with Expand, and then they hopped on in, but they played the timing a little bit, short, right? And they got punished for that. They got good trades right back. Only Ghost was left standing. Everybody else got knocked out of the equation. It was a 1v2, and Ghost could either run away or play the riskiest gameplay of his life. And he actually went in for the revival, and we had to miss that out. That was the best play. That's the best highlight production.
Which is pretty crazy. I mean, he finds the revive and escapes out into the wild. He disappeared from the radar. Ends up in a tent with Lau and Triple G fighting for control, and they did not budge at all. And then the craziest part was that there was a moment you could see Mexico was in front of the tent where the two WAG members were in, and there was a triple layer of glue wall, but Mexico did not bother because who would be in there, right? Surely those members from WAG are already gone, but they were not. They pop out the glue wall as the circle closes in, gets rid of Mexico, and takes out a very crippled EXPS who were tanking way too much blue damage.
And this was such an impressive booyah also on top of everything else, because what Magic Squad, the mighty Brazilians, could not do, the Vietnamese got done. Getting a revival in that chaotic circle, there were so many players. The Magic Squad players that got revived didn't touch the ground. They got shot out of the air. I don't know how Dolphin flew and then swam his way back in.
Magic, apparently, for WAG, not so much for Magic Squad. I mean, look, WAG, they have a fantastic start today, and I think the survivors in Vietnam, they're going to be so proud of their countrymen, and they're so excited for today. And it makes you wonder, is there anything that Vietnam has been hiding up until this point? Because we've got 3 of their representatives competing today. WAG, rocky start, late game was great. We really don't know. But what we do know is that we have our interview ready. So let's see what WAG have to say after securing that fantastical booyah.
The grand final day is off to a rolling start here at Free Fire World Series 2023. And I'm your host, On Patira. Get ready for thrilling matches and crowning moment. But first thing first, we are now ready to dive into the chat with the standout player from the very first gripping round. Welcome, WAG Dolphin! Congratulations for the first booyah. And in the last combat of game 1, 2 members of your team won 2 other full teams and finally get the booyah. How did you do that? Can you explain?
Trong game vừa rồi thì team mình chỉ còn có 2 thành viên, nhưng mà đã vượt qua hẳn 2 đội còn đầy đủ thành viên. Thì em nghĩ là vì sao team mình lại đạt được cú booyah một cách mãn nhãn như thế, và em có thể giải thích kỹ hơn.
Thì team em giao tranh với Bru nên còn có 2 thành viên, nên tụi em chơi game kiểu khó, tầm 2 với 4 cái nó khó.
Giải thích kỹ hơn nữa.
Giải thích kỹ hơn thì chiến thuật của bọn em không nói được.
They want to keep their strategy as a secret, so they don't want to share too much.
Alright, and it worked out because they won the first booyah, right? And what is your team target in the grand finals?
Mục tiêu của team em tại vòng chung kết hôm nay là gì?
Vô địch World Series lần này.
To be the champion of this Free Fire World Series 2023.
So you guys are confident that you can beat all the Thailand team, the former champion, and become the winner and champion of Free Fire World Series 2023.
team em tự tin là có thể đánh bại tất cả các đội tuyển khác, kể cả đội Thái Lan là đang đương kim vô địch của Free Fire World Series đúng không?
Còn thì team tụi mình đến đây là không còn gì để mất nên tụi mình rất là thoải mái và không sợ ngán bất kỳ đối thủ nào.
We have nothing to lose, so we're very comfortable and we are not afraid of any other teams.
Last but not least, anything you'd like to say to your fans?
Đôi lời nhắn gửi đến fan hâm mộ của mình ở Việt Nam.
Hành trình mình còn 5 trận tiếp theo nên các bạn hãy đồng hành và cổ vũ tụi mình nha.
We have 5 games left, so please support us.
Right, so congratulations again and best of luck. Thank you, WAG Dolphin! And this is only just the beginning. The action is heating up. There are so many excitements to be unfold. But right now, over to you, Shoutcaster.
An unexpected opening for the grand final with WAG securing that booyah. But of course, I think we're going to be in for a whole bunch of other surprises, right? Game 1 is done and dusted. I think we do have to prepare for game number 2. And game number 2 is on Purgatory. But we know Purgatory can be a bit of a interesting map depending on where those final circles do end up being. But, okay, we know a lot of teams like playing on Purgatory. This map has been around for ages. Who are our top contenders for Purgatory today?
CFFWS Esports from Vietnam as well as EXPS. They are your top runners when it comes to this particular map. But of course, it was not very evident during Point Rush. But I think based on whatever we've seen today, we can safely put Point Rush's performances aside because clearly these teams were holding out till they got to that final day of the finals.
Yeah, and again, right, there were some constants, there were some variables, and WAG was one of the teams that made variables, right? They deviated from that drop spot in the past 2 days. They made incredible rotational plays, and they ended up in with the booyah. But of course, when you look at the eliminators just now, right, people like North have 5 elims to his name, and that's off of a fantastic start in the early game. Of course, the MVP awarded over to Dolphin, which is the guy that we spoke to just now, and I think carrying the hopes of the entire region. When you look back at 2022 Bangkok, Vietnam's performance was in 12th place in the finals. They finished dead last with almost nothing to their name, and this could be a sign of the resurgence, the redemption arc for Vietnam.
Dolphin's great. Dolphin got the eliminations. But clearly Ghost was the MVP, man. Without Ghost, they wouldn't have survived. Without Ghost, they wouldn't have walked away with the booyah. I mean, he's got more damage. He's got the equal number of eliminations assists as well as knockdowns. And he had the most outstanding play. And once again, without him, the team wouldn't have won. So I dispute your MVP, but it's
I mean, let's just safely say that it doesn't matter who gets it, right? Dude is going to win $10,000.
It's the pride, bro. It's the pride for the team, right? It's pride for the players.
Hold on. It's a bit early to say that Dude's going to win. There is still one chance for one team to possibly steal that away. So we'll see if that happens later on. But for now, game standings, Loud going to finish on the top of the leaderboard here with 21 points after securing 13 eliminations, 20 for EXP. Although, let's take a look at the teams on the second end of the page, right? I think there were some expectations here for Magic Squad, unfortunately ending in 10th place with only 3 points. And RRQ kind of falling flat as well. A bit unexpected for this team, but again, it's just game 1. They can always make the redemption arc happen game 2 onwards.
I mean, this is pretty crazy. When you look at Laos finish, right, they finished like, what, 3rd place? And that is just enough for them to tie with BRU and CFFWS with VXPS just slightly trailing behind, and then you have WAG in 5th place. This first page is crazy. I mean, again, Lao, they have been on the world stage a couple of times. They missed out last year. And this could be revenge.
And this is exactly what we were talking about as to how Point Rush's points can be nullified in just one game. And I think EXPS, Buriram, as well as WAG have clearly proven that.
I mean
CFFWS, who dominated Point Rush, is not in the #1 spot.
Loud has proven that, right? They had a horrendous, they had a horrendous Point Rush day, 2 days.
Could have been better.
Could have been better for sure, but does it matter now? I mean, they're now tied up for first. 4 now.
In essence, we've basically looked at a reset, right? Like we played one round, we've got a complete reset for 3 teams. A couple other teams lagging behind, but they can make that comeback happen. So if anything can really happen at this point. But if it's going to be the top 3 leaders, I hate to be that person. I don't think Loud is going to be able to stay up there. The team does get a little bit hot and cold.
That's correct.
But the other 2, they have proven they can be consistent. They're going to have to try and figure out how they're going to get those booyahs, right? Because the defining factor for winners is booyahs. If you cannot compare when it comes to booyahs, then I believe it's eliminations. And eliminations, okay, AJ, run me the numbers. Between the 2, who generally has more eliminations?
Between Loud and?
Not Loud.
I believe it's C-Triple-G who has more eliminations than BRU in total.
Yeah.
At the end of the group stage in first place.
220 versus 210.
Yeah.
So 10
so
eliminations difference.
It's close.
It's close. It's close. But I also will go ahead to say that Buriram was definitely not going all out during the group stage. I think this was one of the matches where they were heated up and they were going for the booyah. And a match like this, I'll take it as Buriram trying to play their best.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are playing their best. If not their best, it has to be.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, right, like in the past, we saw Buriram sort of take it easy on Bermuda and then they just ramp up as the day goes on.
Correct.
So for them to already play like that on Bermuda, I mean, you got to start getting a little bit scared now that we're running into Purgatory next. They're warmed up, they're ready to go. I think teams are starting to get a real feel of what the competition's going to be like today. So now's the time for you to actually really talk to your coaches, really figure out what you're going to do, move away from strategies that haven't worked for you, because we've seen during Point Rush, right? Couple teams, they were stubborn. They didn't want to move away from their drop points.
Correct.
They got punished for it. So I think we have to see some change from some of these teams.
We most definitely do need to. But then again, there were some teams who were stubborn and it kind of paid off. And one of those teams was actually Expand. So initially, Expand got hot dropped by P Esports and WAG at Brasilia on day 1. And Expand bombed out on the first day of Point Rush on Purgatory. But on day 2, they stuck to their guns. They dropped in Brasilia, but they kind of tweaked the location within Brasilia that they dropped in. They took the northern part of Brasilia, and that kind of led them getting how many points? A total of 15 points. They got the second place as well as 6 eliminations. So sometimes you could be stubborn if your strategy checks out, and Expand was one of those teams that kind of proved that, but that is a rare scenario.
Yeah, I think you also want to start looking at teams that underperform in game 1, right? Because I think the pressure when you step into the ring for the final 6 rounds of your tournament a year, tournament calendar is immense, right? How do you recover when you play round 1 and you finish like dead last with 0 points at all? This is where it really puts your mental to the test. Whatever teams have demonstrated prior to that, I don't think it matters as much. This is where you really get pushed to the absolute limit.
All right, speaking of, I think, going into this next game as well, right? We've got to talk about one team that needs to start to pick things up, and that's Magic Squad.
Yeah.
This is a team that's looking for revenge.
Yeah.
They missed out last year, and they're looking to take the crown themselves. And Purgatory is also one of the maps where they are generally okay, not amazing, but it is one of their better maps. Do we think that they're actually going to have an opportunity to grab a booyah here? Like, if we give them a really good day, we look at them having a really good day on Purgatory, can they do it?
Okay,
100%, honestly. Okay, maybe not 100%. I think that's too far of a stretch, right?
Yeah.
90%, I would give it to Magic Squad.
Magic Squad is your second best team when it comes to the overall number of points picked up, but they are not the best team when it comes to the average points picked up. So what this means is Magic Squad is not 100% guarantee on this map. They've had some really good games, and then they have had some unfortunate matches where they've faltered a little bit too early. So I would actually look towards the average, and if you want to look at the average points, teams that perform really, really well on Purgatory are the likes of C-Triple-G, P Esports, as well as EXPS. And you're talking about a 20 average point for C-Triple-G, which is pretty crazy, and they do have the most number of points picked up here as well. So when you've got the best average and the most number of points, kind of leans towards you. It is a very strong map for the Thai players.
Yeah.
And also, I think for this is also where you get to see the differences between Brazil as a region and other regions, right? The SCA regions, I'll call it. The meta difference, right? Again, we talk about the Brazilian teams being the only teams that still use a Skylar. In Laos' case, they even bring in the Orion, and it has its inherent weakness. We've seen it multiple times when the Skylar is on. The Skylar is used by the sniper, and he doesn't get a good angle, and he gets rushed by Tatsuya, gets rushed by A124. Your efficiency gets reduced to just CQC. If you don't win the CQC, which most likely you won't because you don't have the right guns, you get dropped. And I think that has been the defining factor of whether Loud or Magic Squad does well in the final circle fight or whether they completely flop.
I totally agree with you, man. I mean, sometimes it's good to go against the grain, but sometimes, you know, it's best to move together with it, right? If the meta changes, there's a good reason why the meta changes. With Yago still holding on to that Skylar, he needs to come up with some pretty effective plays in order to convince us that it is something that he needs to be holding on to. Now, Thorite is going to be super lucky this time around because usually they drop between campsite as well as Forge, and the blue circle is going to be hunting down Forge for them. So this is them lucking out. PokerStars usually do take on Ski Lodge, but instead of going all the way there, they're choosing to fall slightly short to see if or not they can challenge Thorat for the blue.
I mean, we saw WAG take the Booyah in game 1, but look at who is about to challenge them. It's PE Esports, and they are all not backing down. I believe someone on PE Esports from WAG actually has a Falco, so they get the touchdown first.
Yeah.
Legolas steals the vehicle and tries to perform a Grand Theft Auto on fire. We'll try to stop it, but Legolas gets a bit lucky. Moves out of range just in time before the vehicle explodes, but now has to go on foot.
As we talked about earlier, Expand once again taking the drop into Brasilia, but taking the northern part of it. And this is, flashbacks. It's deja vu of watching that first day of Point Rush on Purgatory, where PE Sports decides to drop in here as well. So it's going to be an early skirmish here, and RRQ actually dropping by all the way from Central to check out a player from the side of CGGG. This is a little bit of a overpush, if you ask me. The captain, Legolot, is way too cheeky now. Glue Wall Melter laid out first. Legoloth in a tight little corner, boosted up by Peter. Bye-bye, Mr. Legoloth.
Yeah, this is very much expected. I wasn't able to get away with the vehicle, so it's only delaying the inevitable. CGGG gets a point, but just brings Legoloth back. I mean, they do have money from the initial knockout onto New K. Abe, he's still very much kind of in the danger zone, and Krillin knows where he is, so double grenade from the Trogon is going to bring Abe down low. The third one shot out. Abe this time dodges it, but has multiple members on WAG that he needs to deal with.
Unnecessary risk RRQ is taking here, because they could have just kept to themselves and taken a drop either at Fire Brigade or Lumber Mill, and they knew that that particular part of the island was all free and they will only come across CGGG. But instead of doing so, they take a split drop at Fire Brigade, Central, as well as Brasilia. That's just insanity on the world stage, especially on the final day of play. I mean, if they don't want the championship, the other teams will be more than happy to take it off of them. But this is an impressive play from PE Sports, losing only New K in a hot drop against 2 other teams, and also 1 stray player from the side of RRQ to get away from there and rotate long way around. And we also haven't seen the plays from WAG and Expand get taken down. So everybody's playing Purgatory super safe.
Everyone's playing super safe. It's grand final weekend. I honestly do not.
Okay, everybody except RRQ.
Okay, sure. Yeah, RRQ's playing their own game. I don't know what's going on over there, but I think the amount of respect that's been given to everyone as well, like it's really showing. Even in the last game on Bermuda, I think we had 10 teams still alive during that full circle. Like that is almost unheard of, especially on a map such as Bermuda. So teams are really playing their absolute best, showing a lot of respect to their opponents and just not making silly plays. Because so many times we see teams just get punished for doing silly things.
I absolutely agree with you, and once again, we have to credit the lack of silliness to the brilliance of Garena for changing the format and introducing Point Rush and making it into a 3-day finals where you cannot win the grand finals just from the first 2 days of point collection. So that allowed a lot of scouting capability, that allowed a lot of learning for these teams to really make good use of that information picked up on day number 3, that's resulting in these really slow lobbies, but of course a massively chaotic final few circles like we saw in Bermuda earlier, Husky.
Thorat was able to find a point for themselves as well. A straggler, I believe, from WAG. We'll have PE Sports in front of them though. Actually from PE Sports was the one who take out New K, was the one who went down. Gets revived anyways. PE Sports pretty much gathered, so it's a 2 versus 3 occasion. Thorat having the full squad. Hong Ang already showing himself. The Blue Wall's going to get dropped. Blue Wall melted a bit out of range. Nero now also tries to burst away, but Davis just uses the Trogon, blows out Hong Ang in the face. And that's another point for Thorat.
Unfortunately for PE Sports, Thorat is walking out of the blue circle. They've got high tier loot. They are ready for a fight. And PE Sports, on the other hand, are the exact opposite. They ran away from the initial drop spot because of that hot drop against 2 other squads. They could barely loot when they were getting out. And PE Sports gets taken out in the 12th spot. And that's exactly what happens when you do not learn from that point rush, which was gifted to you.
Two rounds in a row, right?
I was going to say, yeah, isn't that the second round that they've come in last place? Like, this is a devastating start for PE Sports. Like, they've just been hunted relentlessly.
It's unforgivable because they brought themselves to face off against situations like this. I mean, RRQ is an exception, but everybody else used the point rush stage to collect information and stay the hell away from each other. And PE Sports was like, nah, we're going to take this hot drop. We're going to play our luck.
This does remind me of PE Sports back in FFSI finals, right? Had a fantastic group stage and grand final. Grand final shows up, they just kind of crapped a bit. 2 rounds of last place basically just ends their entire grand final runs. There's no more chance for them at least to bring the trophy back. But they still got to fight for position, right? I mean, the prize pool still matters. Abe actually getting ran over by the vehicle and finally gunned down. Legolas able to trade one bag now, giving assistance to Abe. The glue wall does drop the Legolas. Doesn't have enough time to work with. He needs help right now, but his team could not provide it in time. And Lozzy will end up going down, but Thorat is out for blood. RRQ might be the veterans from Indonesia, but Thorat are the new kids on the block. Ekau against the Razor. The glue walls get put up, but Razor's gonna get flanked. Davis from behind. And Rex, Regum, Kia are no longer the kings of Indonesia. They are gonna be knocked out.
And people just keep making Thorat more and more powerful. They went into the blue, they got that high tier loot, they came across PE Esports, they took their loot after smashing them, and now RRQ just gave them a bunch of extra stuff by getting eliminated. Also gave them a solid number of points to work around with, so Thorat definitely excited to take Purgatory away.
Insanity, honestly.
I mean, to think that they are the second worst team in terms of performance on Purgatory. They collected a total of 47 points and they have an average of 9 points on this map. They're 2 points away from equalizing that.
I believe me and Danny has kind of thrown this out. We're like, what if Thorat brings a trophy back home?
Well, okay. Look, I felt the same way.
Calm down, kids.
Thank you. No, I actually felt the same way for a while, but then, I mean, we've seen Thorat just really pop off. Not completely on the first map, but they have been proven to actually grab some of those eliminations. They just have to figure out how are they going to get those placement points, right? Because that's the one thing that's holding Thorat back. They're getting the eliminations, but if you can't get placements, it doesn't matter how many elims you're getting.
Who's the one that sang this song? Because you're hot and you're cold and yes and you're...
Katy Perry.
Ah, yeah. So Katy Perry should sponsor the team because that's what Thorat is, hot and cold.
Katy Perry will go broke because she has to sponsor a lot of teams, not just Thorat.
That's true. That's true.
It is sponsored.
Maybe she can just open up a clan called Hot and Cold.
Oh god.
And then these teams can all be like, you know, sister teams under the overall head clan Hot and Cold.
I mean, the day that Katy Perry enters esports is the day that would never come.
Very unfortunate.
And never say never, man. I think that's
Justin Bieber.
Yes,
oh my god.
That's Justin. That's Justin.
Jeez. All right.
Still in touch with pop culture.
Yes.
So PE Esports, 2 terrible rounds, unfortunate for them, but I absolutely love the pacing of the final day on the Free Fire World stage. This is clear evidence that the teams have been paying attention all throughout, not just the knockout stages, but more importantly, Point Rush, where they have the very exact teams to face off against on the final day of challenge. And with all of that information picked up, it's more than enough to stay away from the battle, but there's one thing that information cannot help you with, and that is mechanical capability. Some teams like Buriram EXPS, they were chilling all throughout Point Rush because they knew they did not need to over-exit, and on top of that, they wanted to give a little bit of extra confidence to some of these teams who they knew they could just easily eat up, because an overconfident team on the final day is easy food for some of the top dogs.
It is getting a bit worrying because 9 minutes in and you have 10 squads left alive,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And only
4 players. Sorry,
8 players. Yeah. So every team has the whole squad left in the lobby. And this also means that regardless of how good you are as a team, you're not guaranteed around. We've seen these messy fights play out towards the end. Thorat obviously in the lead right now. They are going to get challenged by CGGG, who are out in the open, so not much ground to work with. You can see CGGG instantly realizes that there's an obstacle in front of them.
There is a circle in front of CGGG. There's Thorat, and then ahead of Thorat is WAG. If Thorat gets stuck in a little bit of a pickle here and has to reposition, CGGG might just have an advantage with WAG sandwiching in Thorat. So it's all up to luck as to what happens here to the Indonesian squad, who has performed pretty decently thus far. If they get taken out at this point, with the number of points that they have, they will maintain a decent record of an average of 9 points, right? So, and CGGG is not waiting on ceremony. They're taking the fight straight up to them.
This is the only way you could progress, honestly, at this juncture. You have to somehow take out the ones in front of you. So Peter, under a lot of pressure already, as Thorat tries to push him away from his comfort zone, and Peter gets dropped. Davis finds him with the Thorat. I mean, the attack from the side, Thorat coming out of the woodworks, completely catching CGGG off guard. They were ready to assault the left side of the building, but Thorat storms from the right. Davis does get down by Koskill with the bicep, but Lawson instantly comes in with the backup. Norfolk gets knocked down. On fire, and one more on the high ground. On fire, ambushing them with the slam dunk from the second floor. Pops to Sonya on the side of Davies, but Davies looking for the reset, not able to find it, and on fire plus one more saves the team and takes over the leaderboard.
And this is case in point when we talk about the mechanical skills outweighing any bit of repositioning that you do, any bit of loot that you pick up. You have to be able to take a strong gunfight, especially against a great team like CGGG. But now Buriram versus Loud. Once again, two Titans going up against each other, but Loud is getting tickled from the back as well. There's another team interfering in this fight.
Oh,
There's
no,
a
Mexico.
flanker, Moshi on the left-hand side. Loud's running straight towards Moshi and his AWM. Get high, tagging the three players up. Mexico really low, and Mexico lets out a Riptide Rhythm towards Moshi, taking down his defenses, and that allows Lost 21 to take the fight straight up to Moshi. Moshi goes down, and that's one of those situations where the Riptide Rhythm has really gotten the Mexico side all of the momentum. Get high now, trades out Drax. It is a 2v2. The players on the side of Brazil should be able to pull this back. A 2v2 is very doable, Husky.
It's a 2v1 now. Loud have a good chance of wiping out BRU and at least having a chance of solidifying that lead. You can see A124 now Get High taking damage. Kawan has the grenade launcher. Get High gets tagged from the back. The blue zone is in the push. Get High in. This could be an early end to BRU's run. The clusters from Kawan. He does have support from Lost 21. This should be an easy fight, but Get High, he'll try to buy him as much time as possible. Lost now takes over the frontal position. Ice Grenade to spot out Get High. He gets flashed out into the open. Glue to protect in Lost 21 with a 1v1 challenge, and Loud will be able to get rid of Buriram United. A very crucial wipeout.
And what a well-played attack. It was Loud that was with the disadvantage, and it was that Riptide Rhythm, the question of running an off-meta skill on the world stage, whether it was going to pay off. You can pull it off if you have great coordination, and that's exactly what we saw. The Riptide Rhythm from the sniper took down the defenses of the flanker on the side of the two-time world champs, and without Moshi, the team instantly got nerfed and lost. They bring their team members right back, and the Brazilians are right back at it.
Yeah, and the Brazilians are also getting taken out by the Brazilians. Like Bob somehow fights Kawan, right? And that means Lao only has one member left that actually has equipment. But Bob's is also busy dealing with Cobra Expand, losing one of their rushes already. Poco Stars finds on fire. CGGG dropping bodies. Lao is joining back, but there's not much space for him to work with. Mexico might just be free foot. You can see he manages to find a building for now. Liam gets knocked down. Rash shows up to provide some help as Drax gets taken out. So that means Loud has no more members who are well equipped.
God of Wolf going up against Expand, and it looks like they're winning out this bout as well. Player after player taken out, and Expand bites the dust in the 8th spot. But Sin continues the battle for GOW by knocking down D Kwang, and Magic Squad trying to take advantage of a team that just took Expand out of the equation. But they are outside of the circle, and it's already started moving. So Magic Squad has got not much time to play around with at the edge.
I think Loud is only down to just Lost 21. Mexico got absolutely blown to smithereens by EXPS. Magic Squad could be a torchbearer right now for Brazil. They are still coming in from the edge of the safe zone with the full squad alive, but this central zone is getting extremely messy. CGGG with the reposition. Pogo Stars behind him. WAG still alive.
And that's insane, right? WAG, can they actually pull off the unthinkable? A miracle here, perhaps. Circle. Not on the side of GOW. Everybody's gatekeeping them. EXPS going to be the luckiest ones because they are the closest to God of Wolf. The circle definitely taking a toll on all of them. Dolphin finds Dian, and that is an instant shutdown. Magic Squad, on the other hand, playing those grenades towards the right, and it is against the team of CGGG, and they circle all the way around to find Loud instead.
Yeah, they break away from CGGG. Bobs actually gets his head blown off, and he's going to receive some assistance. GOW is already out. They all fall to the blue zone. Lost 21 will have to deal with you. Unfortunately, there can only be one Brazilian team in this lobby, and Lost 21 is going to learn that the hard way. I mean, Magic Squad will just drop everything they can. Lost 21, can you pull out some damages?
You know, sometimes you are not meant to win the party. Sometimes you're just meant to open up the door for the winners. But he manages to Tatsuya away, and that's a great dash. Lost 21 playing the game of survival. But here comes Peter, one of the greatest MVPs of the world stage here in Bangkok 2023, looking for the final player on the side of Loud. Casper, on the other hand, EXPS taken on WAG, trying to storm the front up at top, but it looks like those glue walls are doing a good job to hold the Thai players back. And a long way round, Circle, Poco Stars, Indonesia, eliminations attacking EXPS from the back now.
And look at Magic Squad, they might get flanked by C2G who are repositioning themselves. They want a compound to hold on to, but EXPS and WAG, it's going to be the important fight right now. Stop and Caramel looking for those individual pickoffs. Castler actually ends up getting knocked down instead. WAG literally holding the fort. No one can get through this defense. WAG with 3 eliminations are basically holding on for dear life, and they're doing a super good job at it.
Oh, Vietnam, you rise up and you scream right here, right now. WAG doing a fantastic job, and of course the blessing of God as well as the Indonesian circled in, and EXPS gets a tad bit distracted as they find Magic Squad, the one and only player from the side of Loud, as well as a one from WAG. EXPS only 3 eliminations now.
WAG still alive.
They continue the onslaught. All of those glue walls that they were keeping for this moment are being used up.
They're starting to crumble though. Even the strongest wall can hold for the longest of time. There's no infinity in this equation. The Ghost is already knocked down as well. EXPS finally dispatching the members of WAG. And there's going to be no second booyah for them. It's Poco Stars, EXPS, and Magic Squad left in the equation. And guess what? Magic Squad, they are watching this unfold from afar. But as the final circle closes in, it's going to be a mosh pit in the middle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Poco Stars, they circle round in towards this compound as well, forcing EXPS up towards the high floor, which means Magic Squad gets to rotate out first and keep an eye on EXPS. And that will give the opener to Poco, who gets to take this advantage. And it is the Brazilians that takes the fight directly to their 2 opponents. Magic Squad, only 4 eliminations in hand. All 3 of these teams don't have much when it comes to the elimination points at the moment.
Glue Walls cannot stand for a long time thanks to all the Glue Wall smelters from Magic Squad. But remember, we've seen them do this before, right? They bit up more than they could chew, and they're gatekeeping as much openings as they can. But eventually you might get overwhelmed. So Magic Squad, you gotta pick an angle to work with, and decided that they're gonna focus on Poco Stars for now. GU relaying the info to his teammates. He's trying to get these shots, and these glue walls are preventing Poco Stars from escaping from the first floor, but there's still EXPS to worry about.
And they are throwing in all of their own glue wall melters to take down the defenses of Poco Stars as well. Attacking from the left, and it looks like EXPS has found an opening here to hop on out of the house. But Magic Squad still with the advantage, and it looks like WAG is not going to be able to interfere anymore, all thanks to Poco. But Poco now is trapped in the position where WAG was earlier on, and EXPS is out of the house.
Yeah, this is a death chamber set up by Magic Squad. They're using all their glue walls, and they still have a bit more to spare. This could just come down to the blue zone, ending the round. EXPS, they're going to be the first one to break free from that prison, but they're getting blocked off. Look at all they did. It's Magic Squad. They're just gonna let the tick damage do the work. Magic Squad keeping EXPS at bay. They're all suffocating. Magic Squad goes in for the flank with the glue wall. It's causing a lot of problems. Butson goes in for the push. 18 deer drops. Jago fights Raz, and Butson starts picking up all of the eliminations. They're all taking down to the blue. EXPS losing members. Fuse left standing. Yago's still alive. They're trying to outkill the blue zone. Jiu will bring down. Jiu still standing. Stands back up, and Magic Squad outlast the impending doom to get the booyah for Brazil.
My goodness.
Oh my gosh.
First ever Free Fire World Stage medkit gameplay towards the very end. No amount of gunfight, no amount of firepower could help these players pick up those points. The blue did them dirty. The blue gave them a lot of time to run away, but they just did not handle the job better. And that's the kind of chaos you can expect on the final day when you allow these world-class teams to gather information over 2 days against their opponents from Point Rush, Danny.
That was such a great execution of that late game, right? The fact that Magic Squad, they realized it was going to come down to the blue zone. So using their glue walls to actually lock everyone in and basically just throw them in a jail cell and say, here you go, we're going to leave you there to rot.
Incredible. I mean, just 10,000 IQ play from Magic Squad, right? I mean, after round 1, I was like, man, where is Magic Squad going? This is on my most consistent Brazilian team list, right? I put them beside Lau. I'm like, Magic Squad has a better chance to bring this back for Brazil. This is not a high elimination count for Magic Squad in any sense, but the fact that they're able to still get a booyah, I think that really means a lot, especially when they actually had a pretty good head start to the Grand Finals with 12 points, and they've just added a bunch to it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, it looks like the only one that didn't make it into the final circle for your list was Loud, but almost got there, right? Lost 21. This guy's a survivor. The guy managed to run all the way in, avoiding all of the firepower of a C-Triple-G, but at the end, when you thought he was going to get to Poco and nick off a couple of points, C-Triple-G finally caught up with him. But the rest of them, though, Magic Squad flushing out the players at the very final second and choosing just to play the game of timing against C-Triple-G was just a brilliant work.
I mean, Iago somehow able to Yago, it's either Yago or Jiu, somehow able to sneak into the literal center of the blue zone.
Correct, yes.
You outlasted that tick damage by
Yeah.
1 instance, and that made all the difference. And we thought that the game ends it for you, right? The blue zone ends it for you, but Magic Squad, this is the first time in competitive Free Fire I see a team literally defy destiny to win the round.
And Poco Stars, the Indonesians, I mean, if there's one good time to wake up, it's today. And they did exactly that, getting into the final circle, managing to zone out EXPS themselves, forcing them towards the top floor. Of course, it was a little bit chaotic there with WAG stuck in the exact same house as well. But overall, it was a brilliant game number 2. Never have we had a world stage where every single game seems to be as heated as this. It's the new format, Danny.
Well, I hope it's the new format, and I hope it continues, because if the games are going to be like this for the grand finals, like, oh my gosh, it's going to go down in history as an exciting grand finals. But I think, first of all, we kind of have to see what's happening on the leaderboard, right? Because we're getting a lot of points on the board.
Yes.
And not many of the top teams actually got the majority of the points this round. Correct. It was actually some of the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah.
So really keen to see that distribution. But before we do take a look at the leaderboard, we will have an interview first, because if anything, I want to know what Magic Squad is thinking today, right? Because firstly, I love the Brazilian interviews. They're very vocal. They're very good at expressing what they're feeling and what's going on. But I think I have a feeling we might be getting a little bit of heat thrown at Buriram. They'll be like, hey guys, we're coming for your
Buriram has been burning them since day 1.
And to be fair, why not, right? It's the last day. You're going to fly back anyway, so just throw some shade. You see them next year.
Yes, definitely. All right, looks like the interview is ready, so let's see what Magic Squad have to say.
After an intense showdown in the second round, it's time to welcome an exceptional player who dominated the arena. Welcome, Magic Squad! Hi, Bobs! Congratulations for the Booyah, and it was an insane situation in the last combat of Game 1. 3 teams inside a house. How did you get the Booyah? Do you think your team was lucky in the situation?
Parabéns pelo Booyah. Foi um endgame muito insano, com 3 times dentro da casa. Vocês achavam que eu consegui o Booyah ou foi uma situação de sorte?
Primeiramente, obrigado, né? Mano, eu acho que ali foi uma situação bem difícil, mas depois que o Gil usou o novo futuro, eu sabia que ia ser Booyah.
Thank you for the Booyah. It was a hard situation, but we saw that Gil has a new future to use. So after he used it, we know that we would get the Booyah. So no lucky.
Oh, so it's all the skill and strategy, right? Who was the key player of your team in Game 2 and why?
Qual foi o principal jogador do time nessa queda e por quê?
O Gil, né? Porque o cara apertou no novo futuro e reviveu e deu Booyah pra nós, então o Gil.
It was Gil, because he revived in the end of the game, so this gave us the Booyah.
Right. And what is your team target in the Grand Finals?
Qual o objetivo da Magic Squad nessa final?
Ser campeão.
Be the champion.
Right, of course, and best of luck on that. Anything you'd like to say to your fans?
Uma mensagem para os seus fãs.
Rapaziada, muito obrigado a todo mundo que tá torcendo aí. Ainda tem mais 4 carries, então vamos pra cima e é nóis.
Thank you everyone. We still have games to play, so let's do it.
Best of luck. Obrigado. Thank you.
Obrigado.
After an intense showdown, which team will claim the victory next after the break? But right now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
Magic Squad looking to secure that crown upon their heads, but they still have 4 more games. A lot of work to do because it's not quite over yet. But I think we're starting to get a sense of some, not security, but I think confidence is really starting to come through for Magic Squad. No.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Magic Squad. They are always confident. I mean, the Brazilians have always been confident, right? It's just whether or not in a game of Battle Royale, if you have the right plan as well as that small little element of luck. And I think the element of luck did go the way of Magic Squad this time. Not saying that they only need that to win. They are very capable, but it kind of gives them the edge over some of the other teams.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, round 2 is actually a demonstration of how brilliant the minds of the Brazilian players can be, right? We started with, Buriram getting wiped out thanks to Loud of all teams. I'm going to go into that just a little bit because I want to marvel at the top 5 elim leaders, everyone getting 4 eliminations each. On fire, 1 more, Davis, Stop, and of course Bob 7, which
if you speak in Mandarin, this is a bad elimination leader. Say. Everybody's about to
That's
die.
Cantonese.
Cantonese. My bad.
Wow. But of course our MVP, you know, Bob
Close
7.
enough, man.
Close enough. Chinese, right? Like, and all Asians are the same. That's what they say.
Well, no comment.
No, you can't comment.
Moving on. I really can't
I'm
comment.
half Chinese, so I can.
You are half Chinese?
We'll talk more about that later. A124 from Bobs. And it looks like they do not run the Dimitri here. And it was just all out medkit gameplay towards the very end. But I have to say, I mean, what a play from the Brazilians early on. That Skylar versus Buriram, that was a game changer. And I think that's exactly what Brazil has been waiting for all this while.
Honestly, when I look back at the sequence, I was 100% sure that Lau would not walk away from that, right? But again, Mexico with the red tie rhythm from the grave to get rid of BRU was massive. But again, we look at Magic Squad getting a booyah, like I mentioned then. This is not a high elimination count game for them by any means, so they only got 18 points in total. EXPS, on the other hand, was able to do just enough to tie up with them.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see on the bottom of the board here, Buriram United only getting 3 points this round. So this is going to sort of set them back a little bit, and Magic Squad is going to make a very big climb up that leaderboard, and EXP Esports as well, actually. Yeah. So here's the overall standings after 2 grand final matches. EXPS sitting on top of the leaderboard with 42 points, followed by CGG and 39 points. Loud has fallen down a little bit to 36, but Magic Squad making the climb now in 4th place with 33 points.
My goodness, the Brazilians are sweating for sure. They are so close, and yet they know for a fact that they are still pretty far away from putting their hands on that trophy, because not only do they have 2 titan of teams in front of them from Thailand, they also have Buriram hot on their tails, and out of nowhere, now Vietnam wants to play for the trophy as well. WAG with a phenomenal start at Bermuda. But here's exactly where we want to focus a little bit more on consistency, right? Game number 2, they couldn't pull the same thing off.
Okay, speaking of consistency, sorry Husky, but I'm going to direct this question to you. What's going to happen to Indonesia today? Because we saw Indonesia really starting to pick things up these past couple days, but now it's almost like they're cannibalizing each other. Because aren't we seeing a lot of the Indonesian teams just running into each other and knocking each other out?
Yep.
I want to get into that, but I just want to quickly say that Indonesia, high elim count, low placement points. Brazil, high placement points, low elim count.
Well, we can talk about that a little bit later on, but before that, we're going to have a quick break. Make sure you come back for games 3 and 4.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series 2023 held at Bangkok. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky and Danily. We are your casters for the day, and it looks like the day that we thought was going to be off to a fantastically crazy start seems to be a tad bit subdued. Everybody is playing safe, Danny.
Everyone's playing safe, but everyone's playing to win.
Yeah.
That's what's really counting here. And everyone, we can tell there are certain teams are taking it really seriously. Correct. But there are others that I'm looking at them and I'm just thinking, guys, it's been 2 games. You can't do this during the first 2 games of the grand
it's just
final.
the World Series.
It's just the World Series.
Just the World Series.
Not everyone wants $300,000.
Okay, it's fine. As long as they take it seriously from Alpine onwards, I think I'm going to be okay. But yes, Alpine is going to be our next map. And of course, we know as a couple teams, they really like this map. It's very nice. It's cool. It's cozy.
Guess what?
But,
Magic Squad loves it the most. They've
Magic
gotten,
Squad, yes.
what, 2 out of 3 booyahs in the past 2 days, right? Barring the last game yesterday on Alpine.
I hate to be that person again.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring this up because it has happened before. We've seen too many times where teams need to do well on a particular map and they just absolutely drop the ball. And I fear this might be the case. Peace, not sure. But I think in this case, it might be the same thing here for Magic Squad because even though I put Magic Squad as my prediction here for Alpine because of their past performance, yesterday's last game really has me worried.
Yeah, you are at your most vulnerable when you take the lead. When you are in front, you are at your most vulnerable because everybody else can see your back. You've literally got a target on your back. You, on the other hand, probably going to take your next few steps a little bit in a lackadaisical approach because, I mean, nobody's ahead of you. You're leading the pack. So those are the situations that are catalysts for multiple mistakes.
I think the biggest difference right now, the biggest difference maker could actually come down to total eliminations because the Thai teams, as much as there are games where they can't get the booyah, they can't get too much placement points, they always make up for it with elimination. And we're seeing the examples already by the end of round 2, right? CGG and EXPS. Did they get the booyah? No, but their top 2, right? EXPS in first, CGG in second, because they are getting a lot of the eliminations in. And that's something that I think the other 2 Brazilian teams have to start picking up a bit. You can win rounds, but you also need to get some extra points to top up that round.
You know, here's what surprises me, Danny. You bring up a very, very good point, saying that, you know, some teams who are in front may stumble. And I totally agree with your point, and therefore I did not put Magic Squad on my top 3 predictions. And here you are bringing up that point and putting Magic Squad in your top 3 predictions.
Yeah, so I can cover both bases. Like, if they don't do so well, it's like, oh, I said so. But
see, that's why women live longer than men.
Go.
That's exactly why women live longer than men.
And I heard women and my heart stopped. But yes, I agree. That's why we don't live as long.
We just bet on one thing and then we find out at the end of the road it's the wrong option.
I feel like if that is your approach to life, you have bigger problems.
That's why there's this thing called life insurance. Make sure you have life insurance.
You see, here's the thing about life insurance. It never benefits you because it benefits someone else when you die.
So, like, life insurance is technically not for you.
It's not for you.
But it's not a scam.
You have to pay for it, but you don't get to cash it out.
You're paying it forward, you know. It's like signing a prenup with death. I'm getting too far into this analogy, though I would say that for Alpine, my opinions on some teams haven't really changed. I think, except for, you know, maybe teams like Expand, right? This one kind of spills through every single map at this point, but MGS, I'm expecting some sort of recovery. We can observe that the Brazilian teams are playing a bit safer. They're playing very respectful, but at certain phases, you have to start picking up some extra points. And credits to Magic Squad, they did try in the previous round, but the Blue Zone did most of their victims in, so that's fine. But if you keep up their performance and add on some cherry on top with eliminations, I think it's going to set them on the right course to potentially take this home.
Speaking of course, AJ, are we looking at any weird drop zones for some of these teams? Because we do have some data from the past 2 days.
It depends on the blue, quite honestly, because it looks like it's on Militia. It's
on
Forest Red. So and Expand didn't drop on Forest Red yesterday as they went on search for GOW. They hot dropped GOW at base camp. So if Expand does not get cheeky with GOW, they will get the good start. if they go back to Forest Red, I'll have questions, mainly because their 2 starts on Forest Red was not good. Oh no, they're falling for it.
And also EXPS,
here they go.
EXPS are also looking to extend their lead, right? They know they're in the first place, and the closest contender is CGG, Magic, and Lao. So this could make or break the standings right now.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is a purposeful hot drop by EXPS. This is the home ground of Magic Squad, and Magic Squad has dominated Stadium throughout the whole of Point Rush. EXPS has been watching them very carefully, and this is a surgical strike, but they do have one insurance policy sent out a way to help revive the whole squad in case this little surgical strike goes bad.
And the one thing that also makes a lot of difference when we talk about meta differences is that Magic Squad does not run the Sonya. At least from what we saw from the previous round, they do not run the Sonya at all. So you don't have any recess potential. That means that you have to be even cleaner with your approach. Magic Squad was able to find Karama, at least Gio getting the first knock, so Stop now in danger, Dew also isolated. You come to Magic Squad Stronghold, you better be prepared, and EXPS, they're going to take the full brunt of MGS. Stop trying to keep himself in the game, gets knocked the Sonya with a help out, but Dew, if it gets busted, Yago next on the list, tries to find a reset with the Sonya, cannot get any for now, finally drops, but they have done massive damage to MGS.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Dew should have been backed up a little bit stronger there by Stop, but he chose to play his timing a tad bit off. Couldn't even pick Dew right back up. 2 lives taken away from Magic Squad, and not all is lost for EXPS, as once again, they did have 1 insurance policy sent away to their usual drop spot at Rivermouth, so that revival is going to come through any second now. In the meantime, Magic Squad brings back the 2 down players, and we are all back to square one. It's going to be a good binocular spot here coming through from RRQ. They did manage to scan out 3 players on the side of CGG and 1 outside the circle. This is a heated battle at Forest Red, which also means Expand could be in a lot of trouble because this is their home ground.
Yeah, at the same time, you can see that these 2 teams are committed to take on each other. Peter is already out, thanks to Dudes. Is on fire, he's going to take some damage. There's actually someone on the side of RQ running that Orion. It's been a long time since they go for this character, but on fire will bring Peter back. Razor just pumps a couple of lead into his back. On fire will immediately go down. RQ picking up their 4th point.
A fantastic start for the Indonesians. Cannot say the same for Thailand. Both CGG and EXPS on the back foot after a slow start. Well, I guess this kind of answers your question from earlier on as well, Danny. What is happening to Indonesia? They were just waiting for game 3.
Yeah, the 2 teams that had a rough start were actually top 2, right? CGG and EXPS now. They are going to be slowed down a little bit, but EXPS, I believe, brought the whole team back. CGG, though, they are still not out of the weeds just yet. Koskyu, he's going to be spotted for sure. Abe touching down, taking their time. You don't have to rush this. RQ just have enough members to deal with Koskyu.
Once again, this is such a boon given by the new format. Garena has done a lot to make this happen, and it seems like a lot of the teams are using it to full advantage. EXPS had the cheek to just send 1 player into Rivermouth, and they're still surviving with that gameplay, all because of 2 days of homework. But now, it might just all come down to this one final gunfight, and Abe makes 1 mistake, punished by Koskyu with 3 HP left on him. The rest of the backup from RRQ just not there. Abe was meant to hold the fort when they all go in for the defensive retreat, but only 1 player managed to get away.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Razor didn't try to commit for the trade, because now CGG have basically regrouped and they're looking to clean up RRQ. Razor taking a lot of damage. Actually tries to challenge it head on, but there's no way he wins this. There's too many bullets flying his way. Razor gets knocked down, and RRQ, you have to back off. The fight is done.
Once you make that mistake of not taking your opportune moment, because that could have been an initial 1-for-1 trade. They had a full squad there, but RRQ decided to bail from the engagement even before it had gotten to a point where they knew they couldn't get away, right? But of course, it is those kinds of moves that helps you survive long enough. Duds does manage to bring Razor back before getting dropped. And this is also the problem on the world stage. The map awareness of all of these world-class teams. They know exactly where to maneuver into to hunt you down. And on this map, when you've got a vehicle, that job becomes so much more easier.
Yeah, it's a rough mistake from RRQ Kazu again. There was an opportune moment. There was a window, like you mentioned, AJ. Razor just did not take it. Now they have to play on the back foot. Casper, though, not having a great timing. Sonya's going to get Pog Raz. Make sure that Casper goes down. EXPS continues to struggle on Alpine as Raz takes care of him.
I mean, it's a very smart play. Once you see that Sonia pop, instead of continuing to engage, you just erect a glue wall and back away from this. So very smart play by Rest to confirm that elimination onto Casper. They continue to rotate away. WAG just watching all of this breakdown, are looking for an opportune moment to strike. A good knockdown from up top from Dew and his level 1 farmers. It gets a knock, but an instant pickup coming through as well. The rest of the players getting tagged. WAG just watching from the back, and they chip in as well. But instead of shooting at the players down at the bottom, they go for Dew. And Cyrus should be able to confirm this.
Super unlucky. I mean, Dew did a lot of chip damage, but no confirmation. Dew gets taken up, but Caramel will bring him and Casper back. This is a game of revival for XPS. Unfortunately for Stop, will get knocked as well. WAG cashing in on 2 points.
Patience play, and this has been WAG throughout the whole day. Patiently just watching engagements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And like a Cobra, once you get bitten, you are not gonna be able to survive that. RRQ on the other hand, Razor gets taken down by Caramel. They just can't seem to catch a break.
Yeah, EXPS cannot catch a break either as Poco Stars heard the commotion, so they're coming in to get rid of Caramel. It's 4 against 1. Caramel knew that this is going to be the end of the road for him, at least for now, but he was also the one who brought back 2 of his fallen teammates. So EXPS, just like we said earlier, is still in this game, but look at the spread from EXPS.
Expand managed to get pretty far away from all of the action towards Snowfall, and this is a very smart play from Expand because they get to dominate and loot up 2 different areas before heading on in towards the center of that next zone. Dew, on the other hand, tries to jump on over, but the AC-80 in the hands of Peter, more than enough to take him out of the equation to give CGGG the 7th point of the map.
What such tracking from Peter, so accurate, landing 4 out of 5 shots onto EXPS members. Again, we're seeing the Brazilian teams, they definitely are playing slow a bit, right? Like you compare the score so far, obviously CGGG, I mean EXPS, just the Thai teams in general are going out to get elimination points. But Magic Squad and Loud, they're taking it slow. They only take fights that come to them, or if they absolutely have to. And this could be a worry because if teams like CGGG continue to rack in these points, it might not matter too much if the Brazilian teams or any other teams start getting the booyah.
Magic Squad is just one of those teams that has got every single ingredient on a list for the perfect success potion. Now, one of those ingredients on the list is getting to Stadium and looting up that whole compound, looting up Rye as well before getting into safer spots, looking for the circle. But EXPS, they got super cheeky with them early game, right? They hot dropped them, tried to punish them, but instead got put on the back foot. Now, EXPS on the run, whereas you look at Magic Squad, they've got extra points on them. They've got the loot off of EXPS from the players that they took down initially, and they still have the full control of Stadium, which means this game is pretty much on the side of Magic Squad if someone does not come across them and put them out right now.
It's going to be a tough spot though. I think also because of the rotation. I think eventually you will have to move, right? I am getting a bit worried for Magic Squad for sure, because what is going to be the contingency plan? I see CGGG, they're racking up so much points, right? 7 eliminations already. So even if they don't get a booyah, they have enough points to kind of add up to be a 4th, 5th place finish. PE are going to face up against Thorat the 3rd time in this grand finals. And Thorat this time taking the first initial shots. North is going to get knocked. Don't cry now, moving forward, clusters coming through. North is already out. Lawsy, what a shot from afar to take down UK. So PE Sports got to slow down the momentum. Ekau taking the opportunity to go for the swing, must not find the knock. Don't cry has the health advantage. Ekau actually stuck between the glue walls that he erected himself. So PE Sports finds 2.
And in the meantime, EXPS brings their whole squad right back into the game, and that is a hard reset once again for the Thai squad. Now, beyond the horizon, we just saw Expand as well as Buriram right behind the players of Thorat. So running away from PE Sports might not be the best of thing here, because it's just gonna go from out of the pan into the fire. But the boys don't have much of a choice. Vehicle in the hands of Nero as he just drives around to cut off the trajectory of Davids. And he is going to be able to do exactly that with a Bison in hand that stops the movements of Thorat.
They might draw the attention of Expand as well. Depending on the weapons that Expand has, Davids is already very low. Don't cry, we'll get rid of him. This could be the end of Thorat in round 3. And PE Sports finally exacts revenge. And Cobra even giving them a helping hand.
Cobra actually helping himself by stealing away that elimination point. Cheeky little boy. But that's exactly what you got to do. Everybody's got to look out for themselves. And RRQ doing exactly that. Abe bringing the full squad back. The Wonder Kid is at it again.
And The match revived. Look at that. 10 minutes in. 11 squads left. 42 players left in the lobby. That means that only one squad has 2 less members.
Yeah. I mean, as expected at the start of the game, we finally slow the pace down. And 20 seconds away from the circle, moving towards the 4th safe zone. And look at Peter. Not only is he dominating the total eliminations, he's dominating the leaderboard for the total knockdowns. 164 on the world stage for 2023.
Means that more than half of the knockdown were converted into points for Peter. That is absolutely lunatic behavior.
I mean, the guy totally deserves 10,000 USD, man. I've just got my fingers... But, you know, then again, I don't know if I really am favoring the team to take away the trophy back, but...
You know, if I was Jeff Bezos, I would give him the $10,000 instantly out of my pocket.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt, right? I think Peter is great. He deserves the 10,000 USD. I don't know if the trophy should go to CGG or not. I think they've kind of earned a fight for it, but there are a lot of other teams who have proven they are capable of dragging the trophy back home.
Yeah, I mean, the only way for him to get the $10,000 is if they actually win the whole thing, right?
I mean, clearly, it's very difficult for them because Peter's a phenomenal player, but they just can't seem to find the booyahs to actually give him the MVP title.
You see Lau now under siege. Poco Stars and PE Sports. Which poison do you pick, Lau? Sunside is not the most... not the easiest place to fight, especially if you're up against a team that is very familiar with it. EXP is already out, so that's one top contender being less of a concern, but of course BRU against WAG, this is also a very important skirmish.
And this is actually, you know, we were kind of questioning whether or not teams should experiment during Point Rush. EXPS clearly should have experimented if they want to pull off something as crazy as that hot dropping Magic Squad. And they hot drop Magic Squad on the last day of finals where the points matter the most. So they get punished for it, taken out in the 11th spot. Mexico with a long shot, taking Hao Ang's head off. The guy hasn't been eliminated just yet though. CGG on fire with the RGS-50, popping those players with the grenade. Goes in for the confirmation with the M1014 as well. The rest of the players from the side of WAG quickly circling around. But look on the left-hand side, it's Buriram. Buriram going to try to catch all of these other players that CGG is chasing towards them.
I mean, CGG already has like, what, 11 eliminations, and they're still counting. The whole team is still left standing.
Peter?
It's BRU. Can they at least stop CGG's momentum in their tracks? WAG still has a Dolphin, just barely hiding from the rest of the fight. CGG again, healing up one more, supporting his team from afar. Buriram, which angle can you take? How can you move forward?
Dolphin, a fish out of water, might not be super effective, but one of the smarter mammals that is
Magic
on
Squad.
Earth.
Look at that.
I mean, the circle's just blessed to the side of Magic. CGG stuck with WAG as well as Buriram. Only one team can get out of this, and it's between two ties, Buriram as well as CGG. Who gets it? On the flip side of things, we've got Expand entering the zone as well from the north side of the circle.
You also have MGS, they're watching this happen, right? MGS right now is between them and CGG when it comes to taking the transport temporarily. Buriram ready to relocate. Gonna do exactly that. Avoid CGG, but now they find themselves a fight, a face-to-face date with Expand.
This is going to be troublesome for Expand because here comes a furious Thai squad who wants to pick up massive number of points after failing to do so in the previous game. Blue Wall Melt is going to be laid out by the captain first. He's got the treatment sniper in hand as well as GOW bites the dust in the 8th spot. Flank around from the right-hand side. Buriram getting the knock onto one more, and CGG. Buriram's busy with CGG, and here comes Expand slowly cutting down the distance between themselves as well as the two-time world champs. Jonah's going to be pulling out that RGS-50. Wasana with the shotgun as well. Axel finds a tag, but just a sliver of health taken away from Jonah and a tactical retreat from the two-time world champs. Wasana down, 50% of the HP taken away. Axel brings in the Riptide Rhythm. This is a smart play, taking a page out of the Brazilians' playbook, but unfortunately the Riptide Rhythm not making the biggest of damage. Cobra boots himself with the Tatsuya straight up to the front, low on HP, too far down on the ground, and Cobra finds Wasana, finds yet another, but Jonah out of nowhere hits 2 players with 1 bullet.
Man, the captain needed to step up, and indeed he did. BRU surviving imminent death but you still have Lao and MGS duking it out against each other. We've seen this before, the Brazilian teams literally fighting amongst themselves. Drax is gonna get knocked down. Yago doing the job is lost 21. The Wonder Kid from Lao to keep his team in the game. A Magic Squad has all 3 members standing. Both unfortunately cannot outrun the storm. He's gonna be dropped, and Lost 21 picks up some extra points. BRU watching this from afar. They know that this round is in the bag. The Brazilians only have 1 member each. Lost 21 has expired. It's Yago against the world.
And this is exactly what I mean when I say you need skill, but you also need a touch of luck. And the luck this time round was that Brazil met Brazil, and Yago is all alone in a 1v3 against the 2-time world champs. And Wasana says, to hell with this, I'm not waiting on ceremony. Runs out the circle, gets the Trogon burst, and it is your 2-time world champs with the Booyah on Alpine.
The biggest enemy of Brazilian teams is Brazilian teams.
Unfortunately, even last year on the final game, it was the exact same story. It's deja vu, baby. And Buriram, with this victory, should be able to catapult themselves into the top 3 for sure.
Yeah, easily. I really think Buriram is actually going to... I think that map itself and the result of that map is going to hurt Magic Squad so much.
Yeah.
Because, firstly, they let their opponents from last year make a big climb.
Yeah.
They are going to overtake Magic Squad easily. And with, I think it was like, what, 11 eliminations for Buriram that round? It was a lot. So, compared to Magic Squad, do we see how many elims they had for the end of the map?
I unfortunately miss the number of eliminations on the side of Magic Squad, but you know, one of the more important things is the fact that Magic Squad was just about 4 points ahead of Buriram before this match started,
4 points.
Yeah,
Oh.
so now 3 of those points have come from the Booyah in terms of whatever Magic Squad got from that second place. So they just needed 1 extra elimination to catch up, and I think Buriram pretty much got all of whatever they needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we say that they needed to stop CWG, right? CWG eventually fell. But there's this one fight that BRU took. They moved away from CWG. They ran into Expand. If Expand takes out BRU, that would have been a lifesaver for Magic Squad and Lao. But
So
I mean,
what kind of happened with this engagement with Expand? Because it looked like it was Expand. They were forcing Buriram back, and then everything just imploded.
Jonah happened.
It's a skill gap. I mean, it's literally a mechanic gap.
Yeah.
They lost every single CQC against BRU.
I mean, Cobra got 1 knock, but that wasn't really much to work with at all. Axel and Cobra both went down instantaneously with a Trogon in his hand. Wasana sorted out the final player. And, you know, it's just Buriram stuff, right? And look at it. At this point of time, they had 10 eliminations in hand already, even before meeting Yago. So 11 plus 12, you've got 23 points off of this. Come on, let me see Yago's perspective at least one time.
I don't think we see Yago.
I don't think we do.
I mean,
unfortunate.
Well,
but I mean,
We'll
they
see
got
it
to the
later.
final circle. They got to that second spot. It's still a decent performance from Magic.
But for Magic, like the ultimate goal, it's not only to come first, but
Yeah.
like kind of also want to stay ahead of Buriram, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got to have a bit of a grudge against the team that stole what should have been yours.
I actually think the better scenario is to have Buriram in front and then catch up at the very end, because Buriram always catches up at the very end. So maybe that a tad bit of overconfidence could do the rest of the teams.
What do you
some
think
good.
about that, Husky? Do you think Buriram is the kind of team to maybe get a little overconfident if they're in the lead?
sometimes. But
I mean, the boys are arrogant for a good reason. They are millionaires.
They've proven
I mean,
themselves.
but it's also a team that even if they start to get a bit cocky in front, they still make the play happen, right? It's that there's hardly a lose-lose situation for them.
I'm a bit scared actually, because you say that about Buriram, but then I look at Magic Squad and I feel like Magic Squad is a team that has to stay in front to keep their confidence. Like the moment they see themselves dropping, you kind of see the team morale also drop as these games go on, and their performance takes a bit of a dip until things go back up again. Like,
I cannot disagree with that, but the problem here is all the rounds where we have seen explosive performance from Buriram have all been when they were put in a spot where it's do or die for them.
Yeah.
So having them behind on the world stage to protect their throne, to become the 3-time world champs, yeah, you better not give them more fuel for their fire, because once they light up, they explode.
I mean, it's hardly we get a 2-time world champion, let alone 3 times, right? A lot of teams win the trophy and then they disappear forever. So you have to really respect the drive of the BRU members. I mean, this could be Wasana's very first world championship trophy, third for the rest of the members. So we just have to see.
well, the interview is ready, so let's hear from Buriram.
After a dominating third round, let's welcome the stand-up player who stole the show and stole the booyah. Welcome to Buriram United Esports. Moshi, congratulations! ดีด้วยนะคะ Are you confident that you are the best sniper in Free Fire World Series 2023? มั่นใจไหมคะว่าเราเป็นสไนเปอร์ที่โหดที่สุดใน World Series ครั้งนี้
ก็มั่นใจครับ มั่นใจในตัวเองครับว่าเก่ง แต่ว่าก็ไม่ประมาทครับ ผู้อื่นก็เก่งเหมือนกัน
I have confidence that I'm the best sniper here, but I also believe that other sniper team are also good. Oh, how nice of you. Very humble indeed, right? And we're still waiting for your insane highlight in the grand final, like in the week 1 of the competitions. Will you make it today? เราจะทำไฮไลท์แบบโหดๆได้เหมือนวีคที่ 1 อีกครั้งในแกรนด์ไฟนอลวันนี้ไหมคะ
เพราะว่าน้องชายผมมีให้เห็น น้องชายวาสนา
Let's keep an eye on our teammate Wasana. Ooh, intimidating. And what is your team target in the grand final? เป้าหมายในแกรนด์ไฟนอลรอบนี้คืออะไรคะ
แชมป์ครับ ป้องกันแชมป์ครับ แต่ว่ามาในฐานะทีมสโมสรบุรีรัมย์ถือว่าเป็นแชมป์แรกครับ
To protect the throne and bring the first champion to the Buriram United Esports. So lastly, anything you'd like to say to your fans who are rooting for you now? ฝากข้อความถึงแฟนๆทางบ้านหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ผมจะเอาแชมป์ที่ 4 มาให้ประเทศไทยนะครับ ก็ฝากทีมบุรีรัมย์ด้วยนะครับ ฝากเชียร์เป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับ
Please support Buriram United Esports. We're gonna bring the 4th champion to Thailand. Congratulations แล้วก็ยินดีด้วยนะคะ A round packed with thrilling accomplishment. I know you guys are ready for more, but right now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
Will they become our 3rd time champion? We're not quite at the end yet, and it's not guaranteed, but their performance so far is looking really promising.
I mean, what can I say? It's Buriram Esports. Regardless of roster changes, regardless of organizational changes, nothing seems to affect them. I mean, you can take maps away, you can put maps back in, you can change the meta, you can change the guns, you just cannot change the pure skill that these players bring to the table.
They have one poor round, and guess what? Now they are potentially in first place again.
They have one poor round and they say, so what?
No, they have one poor round, then they come back during the random map. I mean, we saw that yesterday, so.
I mean, they had one poor round in game 2, and then game 3 was as if it never happened, right? They have one poor day on day 1 of Point Rush, and day 2 they're like, you know what, guys, let's actually try to get some points, and they accidentally finished first place.
But you know what? I think this is case in point. I really respect Buriram because they gave everybody else a chance on Point Rush. You know, I kept harping on the fact that they were not going all out during Point Rush. And this is the perfect example. When they want to, they can get into that final circle. Of course, a couple of mishaps here and there sometimes, like in game number 2, but they always manage to nullify whatever bad performances they have before the end of the day when they put their hearts and minds to it. But of course, let's see who managed to walk away with the total number of eliminations. Once again, the one and only Peter. The man wasn't even in the final circle, but he walks away with the most number of eliminations. That's pretty dope, Peter.
I mean, a stark reminder that he should be the MVP.
He's my personal MVP.
Desk MVP.
Garina, come on, we gotta do something about this.
Yeah, definitely Desk MVP. I think we can all agree with that at least. But the MVP for the round, it looks like it's going to be awarded to Moshi from Buriram. So it's going to be adding another point to his possible contention for actually being the MVP. Although, here's the question. How many nominations has Moshi gotten for MVP?
I think this is his 3rd one.
So, in essence, Buriram would have to get 3 back-to-back booyahs and have Moshi be the top performing player for the MVP.
Correct.
To at least compete against Do.
But it's very difficult because Moshi usually doesn't go berserk.
Yes.
Usually it's Jonah, Wasana, who's the main fraggers.
Yeah.
Moshi's just their backup god. He's not their backup player. He's the backup god. He just comes and saves the day. He revives everyone. He takes everybody's lives away. Yeah, he's unstoppable, man. 5,495 death. Holy Lord! The rest of Buriram, the rest of the players on the team of the 2-time world champs did not get to the 4 digits. And this guy, he went 5 times of whatever Jonah could bring to the table.
I reckon the team must be trying to get Moshi these eliminations. They're like, all right, bro, trust us. We will get you these next 4 booyahs, but we will make sure that we funnel these scores into you so you get the MVP award. That would be next level teamwork if that does end up happening.
I mean, truly well-deserved MVP here. Clearly, Moshi is doing a majority of the work in terms of tagging up the rest of the players. And whatever eliminations Jonah, Get High, Wasana has been able to nick off from this particular game has come from the contribution of Moshi. So very well-deserved MVP. But yeah, it should have gone to Peter still. I'm just kidding. Not this game. Not this game.
Not this game. All right. So to wrap things up for our third game of the day, which was on Alpine, 23 points is going to go into the pockets of Buriram United Esports. In the meantime, Brazil locks in 20 points for both Loud and Magic Squad for the round. CGG, though, taking home 16. And then towards the bottom of the page, as we can see, some of these teams not looking too good. EXP Esports actually ending up in 10th place, only landing with 3 points. Now, we are going to see some changes here in the overall standings because, as we can see right now, Loud is occupying that first place with 56 points. CGG in second with 55, 53 for Magic Squad, and Buriram quickly catching up, now sitting at 52 points.
This is perfect. This is the perfect scenario. I think if we can start cutting off the cutting off the team classes.
Top 5, guys.
Top 5. I think this is the top 5 race. Unless WAG, Poco, Argue pull out something miraculous. I think by the end of round 4, if these 5 teams are still the consistent 5, I think it's fair that we look at them as the final kind of the people in the final lap, right?
I'm just thinking, I don't think it's possible for any other team to make it to that top list because we've only got 3 more games. 3 more games to go.
They can. RRQ is built different when they want to play some really solid games. I think
it should be now because it's
WAG
Kalahari.
proved in the first game that they can play a really solid game of Free Fire as well. But I have to say, these teams also need a fair share amount of luck on their side in order to take it away from the top 5 that have shown us that they can consistently get into the final circle.
And I think, we are kind of past the halfway point of the grand finals, right?
Yes. We have.
It's a good time to bring this up. I want to talk about Jonah as a player, right? He has played Free Fire for so long. He has played, this is his 4th World Championship. He's been under 3 different banners. He's been with Phoenix Force and then Evo's Phoenix and then Buriram United.
Yeah.
And he's the only player in the world with 2 world trophies. This could be his 3rd under 3 different names. He could be the greatest captain we've seen in all time. And Kalahari could be the map that BRU starts taking over everyone else and come ahead.
But for that to happen, though, they do need to take out some of the top contenders for Kalahari, right?
Yeah.
Because there are a couple teams that really specialize on this map. I think the one in particular that we kind of have to look at here, it is RRQ. They have a pretty good track record on this map. However, RRQ have been very flip-floppy today. I'm going to be completely honest. As an RRQ fan, I am not too impressed.
Okay, we've played Kalahari 3 times thus far within Point Rush in itself. And Buriram was not the greatest of teams on all 3 of those games, but they didn't do too badly as well. 2 out of 3 games, they did pretty decently to get into that final circle. So this is a huge threat for all of the other teams, especially teams like Magic Squad as well as Loud, who want to take the championship away, right? Now, Loud had a fantastic start on Kalahari on day number 1 of Point Rush, where they managed to secure the Booyah as well as 13 eliminations, so 25 solid points. If they can pull that off again, I think Brazil is already going to start celebrating.
Maybe. I mean, they celebrated that last year, right?
The hesitation.
I mean, whether they win the championship is a different story, but they will start celebrating.
Of course. I think you celebrate when you actually lift the trophy, right? I think the memories of Brazil missing out the trophy is still pretty fresh, I think, especially for the Brazilian players.
Look, we've got the animation every time we open the show that just reminds them of what happened.
You look at this comparison, right? Moshi says that he believes he's the best sniper in the world, and I think it's very hard to dispute that. And you compare his stats to Mexico, I think it's not a fair fight at all. But Mexico himself has also proven to be a pretty effective sniper in his own regards.
Yes.
Were there moments that the team fell because he got picked off? Absolutely, because he was running the Skylar, and there are some times that Loud were just caught in a poor position. But there were also moments that because of Mexico, Loud got an opportunity, a chance at life. Look back at game 2. That's how they took out Buriram, because before Mexico went down, he used the Skylar Riptide Rhythm from the grave, and Lost 21 was the one who picked up scrap and get rid of Buriram.
Mexico literally was the reason why Moshi went down. So he wins that head-to-head.
For one round.
For one round,
For
yeah.
one round.
It's like we kind of have to, at this point, you're sort of praying that exact same scenario happens again.
And that's the kind of combination we were talking about, you know, what we wanted to see out of the Skylar usage, where the sniper takes down the defenses of one of the stronghold players on the opposite side, and then their rushes go in for the execution. It was so beautiful to watch that, especially on the world stage between two Titan squads. And I think Loud has truly earned their #1 spot right now, and they are there even without a booyah. So I think to complete this, at least for now, they need to hit one on the next map.
They have to,
I completely agree. I think you need a booyah to avoid any possible tiebreaker scenario.
Exactly.
That would be devastating.
Gosh, I couldn't imagine.
And also, I think at this point, it might be a bit late to say this, but whenever teams go up against a different squad and they see the Riptide Rhythm, they know for a fact it's a Brazilian team.
Oh yeah. But now you gotta maybe think it's expand, because all of a sudden Axel's running the Riptide Rhythm, but Buddy, put it away. Let's not run the Riptide Rhythm anymore.
It's an X factor.
It's a very bold change.
It's a very, I mean, on the world stage, yeah, it's a very bold change all of a sudden.
Back then, teams are very willing to run it because Tatsuya, you know, these.
You didn't have the glue wall melters.
Yeah, and Tatsuya, you know, characters like Tatsuya, Orion, you know, are not Awakened Andrew are not popular, and Chrono was a thing.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Chrono was literally I'm thank God no one uses Chrono anymore, but yeah, there are combinations that work, and I think right now Skylar is in a very, very vulnerable spot, but Brazil has made it work a lot of times.
CGG going to be very happy because the blue circle hunts them down instead of them having to go out and hunt for a blue circle. Poco Stars, as usual, takes Council Hall. Thorad's going to take their Bayfront as usual. GOW at Shrine. So far, so good. Everybody is going according to plan, as well as their routes for their drop spots. Yes, we scripted this whole thing out, and they are all following the script except PE Sports. Where are they going?
They are chasing RRQ.
Oh no,
or the other way around.
RRQ
It's
is
a
chasing
maze.
PE Sports.
RRQ is.
Okay, but remember what happened yesterday, right? PE Sports, when they forfeited maze, RRQ won.
No, ma'am. Here's the thing, right? RRQ took the hot drop onto PE Sports, and then through some stupid sheer luck, they walked away with 20 eliminations in the lobby.
They are
20.
And they're not giving it away. They are fighting for this, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's either that or they play against EXPS, right? RRQ knows which odds look better, and of course you gotta pick on PE Sports, right? They are the team that is easier to beat theoretically on paper compared to EXPS. Like, this RRQ is a team that doesn't really have a fixed drop spot, so Abe actually gets the reset at the end. Don't Cry ends up going down. Razor now putting in the numbers, the body bags are starting to be in favor, filled up with the members of PE Sports. And RRQ Kazu have just delivered PE Sports their 4th devastation in this grand finals. This is the end of the finals for PE Sports.
And I mean, case in point as to why you need to experiment during Point Rush. They tried to hot drop GOW. It kind of went south. They tried to hot drop EXPS at Foundation. It went south. They hot dropped PE Sports and they got the Booyah plus 20 eliminations for a total of 32. Clearly it works out. But Too Fast is going to catch. What? Yago from nowhere secures the captain. Give me a break.
Man's a sniper for a reason, but I find it pretty entertaining. And by the way, Yago now has the longest elim distance, 103 meters. But also, Bob's head was popping out a bit. That's how Too Fast got him.
I mean, Too Fast literally went out a little bit too fast right after that, right? It's just a tad bit unfortunate. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, RRQ, man, they took the hot drop against PE Sports. They won that battle out, and they walked away with 20 eliminations. But the difference was Loud made their way towards Maze, and then EXPS made their way towards Maze as well. And, you know, everything went the way of the team that got there a little bit earlier, that is RRQ. But this time around, they're not as lucky. So let's see what happens to them, what fate holds for them when they make the rotation into the circle later on. CGG, on the other hand, is super happy. Not only do they have Peter, but they also have the blue tier, high tier loot zone, sorry, the blue circle.
It's fair to say that PE Sports have been completely eliminated from the grand finals. There's no more contention. We're down to the last 11 teams, unfortunately, right? Figuratively and literally.
I mean, I'm sorry, PE, but 6 points, yeah.
FFSI flashbacks, right? This is literally kind of a reenactment of, what, almost half a year ago, where the grand finals was just not their playing field, at all. We talk about RQ Kazu not really having a distinct drop spot on Kalahari. You think back to the group stage, Refinery was their playground, and then Loud became a thing, and RQ Kazu started giving away Refinery. They started experimenting with Foundation, they experimented with the Maze, and they realized that the Maze is where they need to go. The Maze is where they have the best chance, and every single time they go there, they meet PE Sports, and every single time they meet PE Sports, they win out the fight. Lau is still holding on to the Refinery area. This has been a staple for quite a while. I think Loud is completely fine with it. We have seen some adjustments from these people. I think judging by the circle, they probably would have to move pretty soon. But so far, I think Loud still very comfortable on that place. Oldhampton occupied by EXPS. Only 4.5 minutes in, 11 teams remain, and all of them have the full squad.
Dew has snatched away the #1 knockdown on the overall leaderboard from Peter. 167 thus far on the world stage. It's definitely not going to be the final one for him, with 2 more games to go, including Kalahari. They've got 3 maps to play, so even this game offers a lot of opportunity for Dew to pick more of that up. But of course, his competitor, the one and only Peter, on the right hand side of the flank, Farmas from On Fire, as they open up against Thorad. The tad bit too far, Thorad, is to make anything work out of these shots.
Yeah, Thorad is not interested in this at all. So they're going to back off. Use a couple of glue walls to cover their tracks. The grappling from Lozzy to get him out. I was able to pick up 5 MKs from a far off screen, so I'm starting to get into the action a little bit. With Thorad abandoning their previous position, that means that CWG gets a lot more room to work with, but BRU finally picked up their first elimination onto PogoStar.
Buriram, as usual, taking command of Command Post, one of the locations on Kalahari that holds quite a solid amount of loot and high-tier loot as well. And they usually drop there just so that they can overtake all of these other teams with sheer firepower. Surprising that nobody has bothered to challenge them for that spot yet.
Definitely not in the grand finals, right? I think teams that wanted to try have already tried, but Refinery is getting a bit too populated. It's PogoStars and Loud. PogoStars have a good chance of ruining Loud's chances in first place. See how that's going to pan out. There's a UAV around that area on the northwestern side of Command Post. GW showing out EXPS Caramel, not having a good day at all. Stop could not get to him in time.
Casper was trying to heal his buddy up, Caramel, who was on the ground. But like you said, man, guy kind of bled out a little bit too fast, and Wally finds Stop as well. Instant delete for GOW. That's the second one off of EXPS alone.
Could be the third. They know where EXPS are, and GOW, they might look for full commit right now. EXPS, they're trying to relocate as fast as they can, and Dio was able to do just that. Gets to a vending machine, buys his fallen teammates back, but it's still a 2v4 if GOW wants to commit.
And Caramel and Stop taking a further off drop. Stop actually moving towards a revival platform towards Shrines, where GOW initially started this game off from. So very smart move from him. The rest of them having to take this battle against GOW. Izagot, D Kwang on the right-hand side flank. Casper and Dew both spotted out. Dew, 70% of his HP disappeared. Tops himself right back up with the help of Casper and his treatment sniper. But now Casper is going to be caught outside.
That's a team player right there. That's a support. Actually keeping Dew alive is very important for EXPS to just extend their lifetime in this round. Stop. It's going to get pressured by Volley as well. Doesn't have the best gun to work with. Volley with the Trogon should be able to win this out. Double revolver.
Wow!
Stop! A double headshot to take out Volley. That is catastrophic for GOW.
And he's got extra loot as well. The guy barely had anything. Actually doesn't even pick up the loot. Goes straight up for the shot against Dian as well. Finally loots it up. He's got one trip mine to play around with as well. Casper now on that right flank. Caramel can aid them from that left-hand side. Izagot spotted out, tagged up as Dian goes in for the revival onto Izagot. But EXPS, not wanting to tease GOW anymore, are slowly retreating from this battle.
Should have some downtime. This is where I'll make a proposal that I only make once per year for you, AJ.
What?
Please do not look at your stats, because the last 3 rounds we don't show overall standings for the benefit of the players. I want the suspense. For myself, at least. For myself. I'll pretend I didn't
I'm going to
see
spoil the party every single round.
I tried.
I mean, no, seriously, there's no amount of surprise at all by hiding away the numbers. Even a baby can count the numbers.
For all the babies I've interacted with, they can't count.
You have been meeting pretty silly babies. All the babies I come across are smarter than me. They all have Chat GPT now.
That doesn't make the baby smart, but
it does. You don't need to use much of your brain. You just let computer do the thing.
We clearly have very different definition of smart.
Exactly. Exactly.
But EXPS, I mean, they are still in this round. Again, this is a complete replica of round 3.
Yeah.
But they just got off to a very underwhelming start. I mean, round 3, they tried to force it, didn't work out. Round 4, they were not forcing it. Still, it's not working out for them so far. It's going to be a very late round for EXPS. Once more, we're breaching into the 10-minute mark in 30 seconds, and still we have 11 teams left. And only EXPS has 1 less member.
They're going to fix that anytime soon. They are near 2 revival points that they can abuse. I'm just surprised that they haven't used them yet. CGGG, on the other hand, coming across the Indonesians, Pokostar. On that lower ground, they know because they have them scanned already, but the problem here is finding those engagements. They're literally right below them. RRQ, on the other hand, is a little bit towards their right. Pretty much safe in the circle. They are all waiting for circle number 3 to really decide how to take their next journey in towards the safe zone, which particular defensive spot to play. Because if they start moving now, it's just going to be way too premature. In a few seconds, let me see. And everybody needs to travel, including Buriram.
And look at where Lao is right now.
Yeah.
They are so far away from where they were, right? They always take Refinery. Now they move to the sub. Actually scanned out by Buriram as well.
Yeah.
The initial knock GOW actually finding one more. CGGG able to instantly provide help. But this Refinery, now it's a heavily contested spot because everyone wants to pass through this area.
Good jump by Abe. No fall damage there as RRQ kept their vehicles hidden right down below that platform. They're going to be able to reposition. RRQ catching Casper. Double shots. Car still pretty much available, but Casper's vehicle has been lit up and he has been forced to stand outside without any bit of defenses whatsoever. Question is, how many glue walls does Casper have?
I mean, not much left in the tank, I assume. The EXPS, they have been on survival mode ever since a impressive round 1 and 2. RRQ cars will take advantage of that. The members of EXPS, again, they are continuing to just run as far as they can, at least with Dew in this case in the vehicle. Caramel and Stop also have theirs. Casper hung to dry. Could be a fight between BRU and Thora as well. Thora are right behind Buriram, and Buriram are running into the sub, so Thora might be able to reap the rewards.
Right now, if we did not have Point Rush, CGGG, Magic Squad, as well as Buriram would have lost that second spot to EXPS. But because they picked up some solid points on the first 2 days of Point Rush, they're keeping EXPS down in the 5th spot. So this round, with EXPS having such a slow, nerfed start, is not doing them any good whatsoever.
This is a crucial fight for Buriram and Loud, and it was a UAV. Actually, the UAV just now scared Torres, so Torres is going to completely disengage. So it is a guaranteed full team fight between Loud and Buriram. Whoever wins might just take first place by the end of this round. On fire, able to find Dudes already. Dolphin with the long range snipes trying to start running interference against CGGG. Cyrus actually finding one more, so CGGG end up getting punished. Unfortunately, Legolas ends up getting knocked down by the Playzone instead. Razor goes up top, Stoner instantly popped. Can't even react in time, and CGGG somehow having a full squad left as GOW ends up getting wiped out off screen.
Not surprised. Crime MKS finding Casper on top of everything else. EXPS continues to be punished by the teams out there, and Expand chipping in as well to the damage that's dealt to the squad. The Thai team slowly circling in CGGG, especially to find RRQ and WAG going hard at it.
On fire will have his Sonya timeout, so he's going to be down. Peter rushing to provide some help, but it's going to be intercepted by Dudes. Missing the second shot. Peter getting a chance of life, but he's going to be shot from a different angle as well, so Peter might have to abandon his teammate. Unfortunately, this is not the fight that he should take. Peter ends up going down as well. Koskyu third on the kill list, and WAG just feasting on these men.
See Triple G currently in the second spot, but they are about to lose it because they get taken out in the 10th position within Kalahari. The rest of the teams who are capable of overtaking them still alive and kicking, looking for the final circle. Expand on the other hand, quick expiry on the 9th place.
Look at Buriram. They actually are running into ESP as well. Only one member of EXPS. And you do wonder, where are the Brazilian teams, right? Lau and Magic Squad have not made much
Oh my
noise.
god, not again.
Well, speaking of the devil, Lau and Magic Squad up against one another again. It seems like only one Brazilian team will make it out of this alive. GU ends up getting dropped. Putin coming in to provide a bit of backup. It's Drax standing his ground, trying to keep Loud in the running. Putin ends up drop. Drax takes the bullet from the back thanks to Yago, the sniper from Magic Squad. Not willing to give this away, but you also have Mexico left on the side of Loud. Putin will receive some help. Yago picks him back up. Bobs now comes in as Kawan ends up getting dropped. Drax down low, the glue wall keeping him safe, and Lau is the one having the full squad left alive. But BRU sees the Brazilian teams fighting. They're like, time to get rid of BR.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now the Thai players trying to take advantage of the situation, but Moshi sniped from afar. Here comes Torad as well, chipping in. Wasana gets the M1014 onto Mexico, taken out by Wasana. The trade as well as the shutdown is there for Buriram. Loud taken out of the equation. Buriram helps out Magic Squad. Magic Squad now has recovered and can attack, but here's the thing. Circle's going to start moving in. Both these teams are going to be pressured by the blue.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that Magic Squad gets wiped out again. I mean, we've seen this time and time, but Brazil's biggest enemy is actually their own team from their own region. And Yago, what can you do with a Skylar and a sniper rifle against 3 members of Buriram?
Nothing.
Perhaps not much. Torad, though, have a good chance of taking this Booyah away, and they desperately need the Booyah to keep Buriram contained. You don't want to let BRU start running away with a potential championship, and Torad have just enough members to do so.
Torad currently having the 9th spot on the overall leaderboard with 21 points. They already have 9 eliminations, so that's a total of 30, but they need to catch up for sure. They need 2 back-to-back solid games, but Yago's still alive and kicking. Takes Davids, of all people, out of the equation, just giving the 2-time world champs a bigger advantage. But a good trade coming on through. Wasana with the Trogon this time around. Makes it into a 3v3 and an all-out equal fight. Ekal charging up the grenade, goes in for a toss. One more! Turns into a cluster, but to no avail. Tags up absolutely no one. Yet another cluster misses Wasana by a mile. Get high, now going up straight towards Ekal. Wasana with a flank on the right-hand side. Jonah shuts down Ekal and spots out Davids as well. David stacked up from the back. Jonah down. Good trade. 2v2. Wasana onto Davids, and that's all over as Buriram makes it to the #1 spot with a solid booyah.
They should probably consider taking a part of the trophy and handing it over to Loud and Magic Squad, because these Brazilian teams are starting to really cannibalize each other, and it's not... It used to be a joke, but right now it's starting to get a bit too real. BRU holding the ground and taking advantage of all that chaos to find a second booyah. And oh boy, even when we can't look at the score, we kind of had the inkling that BRU are starting to run away with the finals.
I mean, if they walk away with the championship, I'll say salute Buriram Esports. Once again, absolutely sitting out the point rush on day 1. Day number 2, they kind of hustle a tad bit, not going all out, still managing to walk away with a total of 8 points. And now, they've got 2 booyahs. This is insane.
It's insane and it's scary, because I think the reality is we could be looking at a 3-time world champion if things continue to go this way for Buriram. Like, someone has to physically stop them. You cannot just let Buriram play the game.
Here's the problem, man. Many teams have been trying.
I mean, the only teams that have potential to stop them are stopping themselves.
Yes, so that is correct. Loud and Magic Squad, I mean,
that is just...
This incestuous fight needs to stop at a certain point, but it just never seems... And this is the luck factor I was talking about. In the Battle Royale, you just cannot avoid it. I mean, for anybody that wants to say that even like Buriram of all teams do not depend on luck, no, this is luck. Because either Loud or Magic Squad, a full team could have had a 50-50 chance against the team of Buriram. But no, they just had to eat away at each other.
This is definitely a flashback, right? If Moshi asked Bob, do you remember? Bob was like, yeah, I definitely remember, because I was the one who costed Case the trophy. And now they're getting a taste of their own medicine, but BRU definitely in the lead after this round. We don't know by how much the margin is going to be, but at least we can be sure that BRU are 1 step closer, 2 rounds away from claiming the 3rd championship title for Jonah, the 2nd for Moshi, and also Moshi and Get High.
You know,
the gap's going to be huge. I think I'm going to call it. Like, the gap has to be
She finally
12
gets
points.
it. She finally gets what Buriram is all about.
12
been
points.
saying it even when they were not performing. No, only because these guys are mad monsters, right? I mean, they just don't know when to chill. Even when chilling on point, I don't think they were trying for the #1 spot yesterday. They really were not. And then poof, all of a sudden, final game, there you go. They take away 8 points.
Well,
it was an accident.
It was an accident. It was an accidental win on Point Rush day 2.
Okay, hang on. I don't think it was an accident. I'm pretty sure they wanted to finish with flair. Come on, you don't just do point
They
rush
wanted to
and-
give everybody else a chance because they know 16 points means nothing.
Well, I think it means a lot for them now.
Only the 2-time world champs can say 16 points from Point Rush means absolutely nothing.
By the way-
Everybody else will be hungry. They'll be dying for
By the
this.
way, they've only played 3 rounds, realistically. Round 2 doesn't count.
Sure. Well, I do believe we have our interview lined up, so let's hear what our winners have to say.
As we wrap up round 4 with a burst of energy and excitement, as well as the intensity is still in the air. But right now, we need to chat with another winning player who his friend said earlier to watch out for him. Welcome, Wasana from Buriram United Esports. Welcome and congratulations. In the last combat of Game 4, your team only have 3 members left, but still won 2 other teams and finally got the booyah. Can you explain how can you do that?
เมื่อกี้ในไฟล์สุดท้ายค่ะทีมเราเหลือแค่3คนแล้วเราสามารถเอาชนะอีก2ทีมได้จนได้บูย่ามาอธิบายหน่อยค่ะว่าทำได้ยังไง
ทีมเข้าใจเล่นกันครับแล้วก็เล่นด้วยกันจนทำให้ได้บูย่าครับ
We have good communication in the team and we know what to do in each game
and finally won the booyah, right? And who was the key player in your team in the earlier game and why?
ใครคือผู้เล่นที่เป็น key player ของทีมเราคะ
Get High ครับ
เพราะอะไรคะ
เขาเล่นเป็นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับถ้าเขาเล่นทำให้ทีมเล่นง่ายก็ทุกคนก็จะเล่นง่ายขึ้นครับ
BRU Get High because he is our support yeah
And we only have 2 games left. Are you confident that you can have 2 more booyahs and still maintain the champion of Free Fire World Series?
เหลืออีก2เกมแล้วมั่นใจไหมคะว่าเราจะได้บูย่าแล้วก็เอาแชมป์กลับมาได้
ได้แน่นอนครับเดี๋ยวรอบหน้าเดี๋ยว Get High ขึ้นมาพูดครับ
Definitely yes. Next round we will Get High come on the stage.
Right, congratulations ยินดีด้วยนะคะ So we have to watch out for Get High. Is he going to be up here? Stay tuned for next round. But right now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
See, he didn't say if they win the next round, they'll get high there. He said next, you will speak to Get High.
I mean, he's confident.
They're so confident that they're going to get the booyah. I mean, the fact that they have gotten the back-to-back booyah after really not showing up the past 2... Okay, I say they didn't show up and yet they took away the #1 spot yesterday. It's ridiculous, man. No one can match up to the 2-time world champs just yet.
Jonah is reliving his moments back in Phoenix Force like 2 years ago where they won 4 out of 6 rounds on the world stage back in Marina Bay Sands. And this is... Look, he's halfway there, right? He's halfway there.
I mean, if they show mercy and still walk away with the trophy, everybody bow down to the king.
Okay, hold on. No mercy, please.
Yeah.
No mercy.
Mercy has already been shown on the 2 days of Point Rush.
Yeah, she's gone. She's
Today,
gone on holiday.
Yeah, today there's no mercy.
So here's the question I guess we have for the rest of the competitors today, right?
Yeah.
Is there anyone that's going to be able to catch up to Buriram in these final 2 games? And that's a hard question to ask because, of course, a lot of things have to happen. Some stars have to align for certain teams.
Yeah.
But I guess it could also question Buriram, right? It's like, can Buriram also promise their consistency? Which I think 99% of the time you can.
If you're asking if any teams can catch up, 100%. I think there are teams that still can catch up. But the pool is shrinking, right? The Magic Squad, Lao, the C Triple G are left in the equation. EXPS, they're starting to fall really far behind. The rest of the teams, I think, is just fighting for the rest of the prize pool. So I think you're looking at 3 potential contenders to catch up to BRU. Now, this next round actually will determine whether those 3 are still in the running.
Yes.
If Buriram makes it into the final circle in this next game, they can pretty much give up that run already. If Buriram hits the booyah, they are your champions.
Then
they are your 3-time world champions.
Then we'll get the Get High interview.
Amen. Absolutely.
Amen.
And they're all gearing up for that already, right? Get High this time, the MVP for sure, 4 eliminations. And Dew still has the trophy, and Peter slowly but surely catching up. But to think that C-Triple-G might stand a chance to walk away with more booyahs, yeah, that hope is running out pretty quickly.
I mean,
and on
the
top of
hope is
everything else, we
gone.
only have 2 more games.
I was going to say, yeah, like, I think at this point we have guaranteed our MVP leader. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way to catch up to Dew.
I mentioned that we should just run the ceremony yesterday, but apparently,
Dew, yeah.
apparently we can't change the schedule, so have to wait.
Well, we could maybe
so
ask for another game.
anticlimactic.
Never mind.
Man is sad.
I'm sad. I'm
I've been sad since like the end of last week. Like we know who's.
I've been sad from week 1 when it comes to the
sad
MVPs.
from week 1. Okay. Well, sure.
You know who
Okay.
should have been there,
I
Jonah?
kind of believe it.
I don't know. I don't think Jonah, but you know, I'm sorry, Peter. Get more booyahs.
Get more here.
How about actually winning, Peter?
What the trash talk?
Says this guy. Where's the drinks? I think we need some drinks. We've got 2 more games to go, and the desk is literally on fire. But that's going to conclude our first 4 games of the day. We've still got 2 more to go before we crown our champions. So, folks, don't go anywhere, but make sure you're here in 5 minutes for those last 2 games. See you, survivors.
Welcome back, survivors. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky and Danny, and we are still wondering who in the world is in that #1 spot right now. I mean, if you checked out the numbers previously, you would make a good guess that it is Buriram, but we are not going to be able to see any bit of the stats. We've got to play a little bit of a guessing game down to the very end. We only have 2 more games to go, and the next one is at Nextera.
Next one's on Nextera, and it's essentially one of the last chances for these teams to overtake Buriram. And another question, can anyone even beat Buriram at this point? Because even in team skirmishes, 4v4 situations, Buriram has just time and time again been able to prove that mechanically they are the superior team.
And they are just making some sound decisions, and of course with a little bit of help from luck as well, right? You look at the past 2 rounds at which Buriram got a booyah. It is not by coincidence at all, but also it's because the teams that could stop them, and we have seen them stop them, the teams from Brazil, in the past 2 rounds end up taking each other out. Just like last year in Bangkok when they needed to band together the most.
And this is where you know where it's not just luck, it's not just your own effort that's bringing you ahead, but literally the forces of nature is helping you out. It's turning your opponents against each other. I mean, if Loud can go up against Magic Squad time and time again to allow Buriram to take the front end of this whole championship, I think there's no better way to say it. Buriram's prayers are definitely working.
Must be the Thai food.
I don't know if it's a Thai food.
It's probably not Thai food, but definitely home soil, because something we also need to remember, right, is that the teams competing, any team that's not from Thailand itself has been in Thailand for almost a month, right? 3 weeks in a different country. And especially when you're playing in a different environment, it can sometimes impact your general play style and just how you feel, right? You're going to perform at your best in environments that are most suitable to you. Some teams have to accommodate their diets. We heard that some of the teams from Brazil, they're eating Brazilian food here because they can't adapt to the Thai food.
I mean, even the Malaysians there, right? It's pretty difficult to find halal food, and I'm pretty sure they have to travel around. But you know, that's one of the many issues for a lot of these teams. But I would love to spend 3 weeks in Bangkok.
I appreciate anyone.
It would be a holiday.
Anyone who doesn't
Best
have
holiday in the world.
If you don't have a dietary restriction, sure.
It's a holiday for a week, but then it becomes something a little bit more when it's 3 weeks.
I can eat green curry, yellow curry, and red curry all in the same meal every day.
Oh goodness.
After a week, you'll probably be saying something different.
Nope. I love Thai food. Thai food's like dope.
Well.
See, they clearly disagree because they don't like spicy food.
I like what are you talking about?
Did you not see what I had for dinner?
We like spicy food.
You do? Yeah. You could not handle a touch of spice the last time we were in Thailand.
No.
Yes.
You clearly didn't see what I had for dinner.
I saw. You were buzzed out at that dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
You were the spice got to you so badly, Husky. You started crying. Remember? You had to use Holler's shirt to wipe your tears away.
No, that's definitely. I think you were.
Okay, hang on. That sounds like Holler.
I believe AJ was on something. That's definitely not me.
I 100% feel that may have been Holler, not Husky.
Because I know it's him. That's definitely not me.
Holler's tuning in right now. He's like, what did I do? How did I get involved in this? I think I heard Holler's voice. He voiced over one of the highlight reels from the team of Loud. I believe Kawan had a fantastic clutch. Good on you, Mr. Holler. I wish we could have some time with him on the broadcast table as well. I do miss him. Unfortunately.
Wow.
Oh, all right. So it looks like we do have a player in here for Thorad. We're going to be bringing Dark Hole back in, apparently.
Well, the last 2 rounds, they are going to bring the captain back in. Davis will sit out. I mean, to be fair to Davis, he had put up some pretty impressive performances, right? It's not to say that, with Davis in, it's a complete blowout. But I think now it's crunch time. Bring that captain back. Let him take command of the squad once more.
It's insane that the captain even went out when they were supposed to play on the world stage.
Well, I mean, there could be a variety of things that they're thinking, right? Because Davids, he did do quite a lot for Thorad. I think whenever Davids was playing, Thorad did pretty well. Placement, not so great.
Yesterday,
yes. But when it came to aggression, I mean, even today, aggression-wise, Thorad didn't do that badly. It's just they couldn't figure out how to get into the final circle. So maybe what was happening was they had David in. Dark was watching the game with the coach, and they were probably theorizing, okay, this is what we're going to do for these final 2 games. Because he actually watched the games, right? So maybe Darko, he's got a plan for the team. He's going to be there. He's going to tell them, this is what we're going to do. I've watched the games. You have to trust me. And of course, being the captain, the team is going to trust you. So let's hope this works out for Thorad, but we don't know what's going to be.
It's a genius theory, Danny. I'll give you that. I think
it's a theory.
No. It's a theory, but it's a genius one, because I truly agree with you. What better person to have sit out the game and watch what's happening, to get back in there and tell the boys, okay, this is exactly what we're going to do to secure some solid points for ourselves. I mean, you put someone else out there with the with the coach, perhaps you can get the information through, but nobody else is going to be able to get it done like the captain. But was that sacrifice worth it? It's all up to how much of points David's actually managed to grab for the team before being replaced. But either way, 2 more games to get the job done.
I think it's fair to say that for Thorad, elimination is not really the main issue, right? The issue, like you guys have pointed out perfectly, placement points. They are not finishing rounds in good spots.
Yeah.
So here's the question I have for Thorad, right? So even, let's say, with Darko subbed in for the last 2 games and the team does remarkably, let's say 24 points, right? I think that's the baseline for a really good round for a team. 24 points. Would those 24 points make a significant difference to where Thorad is on that leaderboard? From what we saw last time.
Look at this flight path.
I mean, for sure, but is it enough to win now? Then you need the stars to align.
Magic Squad is literally having the assistance of the gods of RNG. They have gifted Magic Squad the blue circle. Intellect Center has always belonged to Magic, and they're going to take that drop instantly. They've got a revival platform there as well in case anybody else decides to challenge them, and nobody is going to be silly enough to do exactly that. So Magic, I'm seeing them in the final circle.
I'm looking at WAG as well and Lau. This could be an early clash at Farmtopia. And WAG, they're not backing off. We're seeing that they are committing to this. Lau are going to be a bit more united together with the drops, and instantly lost anyone. Picks up the first gun with the Tatsuya dash and looks for the first knock onto Cyrus, who basically goes on the run.
Very smart play by the Brazilians. This is the drop spot of WAG. Loud usually takes Plazaria alongside RRQ, and they've decided to walk away from the Indonesians to take a cheap shot at the Vietnamese squad. UAV sent out as well. Loud gets the initial bit of information, and like you said, they've got the weapons on their side first. But with this amount of time being put between them as well as Loud, WAG manages to pick up a few of their loot as well. And Krillin gets a god nade out of nowhere and a finisher onto Kawan to start things off.
Instant play as well. So reposition himself. Actually, Krillin is a very, very good spot. Does Loud know this? If Loud goes down right now, Magic Squad is the only hope for Brazil.
If Loud does not go down, manages to play the game of revival, get into the final circle, and then ruin the opportunity for Magic Squad, I swear to God, I don't know what kind of luck Buriram's playing with.
I don't know what you'd rather have. I think that's the question. Mexico, oh boy, there's a grenade launcher in the hands of Krillin. This is not a fight you want to go for. If you are Lau, Lost 21 is completely out of his depth.
Goodbye, my friends.
Still in this game, Kawan is on the run already, but he sniped by Yago. Oh my goodness.
Well, it had to happen either in the final circle or the very first one. Magic Squad taking the final bullet to the head of the player from Loud, and
that's a message.
I tell you, this is a sign. Somebody's prayer is definitely checking out. And this is also a lesson for teams who were not experimenting on point rush. Don't take a hot drop on the day of the grand finals.
That is a message for sure. A message from Yago. He's like, remember who finished 4th last year.
I mean, this is just so hilarious. Yago took a drop inside the blue circle, and he overextended all the way out.
Yeah,
and this is just insane, man.
Holy cow! I mean, that should have been a free escape for for Lau, but.
And Buriram's really smart as well. So they go to Museum, and they have been noticing that no teams actually take the drop in Turbine. So Buriram has managed to fully loot up Museum and then rotated in towards Turbine, looted up Turbine as well, and now are ready for some really heavy battles. This is just going to be a little bit too much for some of the other teams to handle. But at the very least, Magic does not need to worry about Loud in that final circle.
It's going to be a bit scary though. Moshi actually getting into attack. That's Poco Star. So some info relay. We don't want to chase this. It's not really a target that you really want to go for without without advanced info. But look at the spread from Poco Stars. Holy cow. 5 MKS on the edge of the island. You have 18 Deer hiding near the bridge.
Yeah.
The rest of Poco Stars are very far back.
So Grav Labs usually where Poco drops alongside GOW, and that's just beside Turbine, so that's the main reason why Buriram has got an eye on them. But I don't think Buriram's looking to engage. They mainly want to loot up as much as possible and then look for the third circle. Not even the second one. The second one is just a little bit too random. So they're going to probably tank the first circle, and that's when you know you are playing with a real veteran squad. Knowing exactly which one of those blues that they can take huge advantage of. Now, they do have the advantage in terms of the first circle. Not a lot of damage for Poco to deal with, who managed to rotate all the way into Turbine, looking for Buriram, but find absolutely nothing there.
They might end up finding EXPS instead. Look at that. 2 members.
Oh
it's
my!
Raz and Liam running straight into the crosshairs of EXPS, and that's already going to be 2 of them knocked out. Poco Stars feeding into the frenzy. Still picks up second.
And EXPS being really smart about this as well. They usually take Decker Square, but they drop a little bit closer towards Grav Labs to prey on both GOW as well as Poco. Now, the smarter team out of the two is actually... Wait, did GOW get taken out yet?
I
know, right?
I believe so.
They did? Oh, man. It's Poco.
Well, now we know where the hot drop... What happened with that hot drop?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, And I can't believe that even in the world stage final day, they still went in there for that hot drop. But Buriram with the most number of headshots all throughout the world stage, am I even surprised? Are you surprised?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I'm more surprised that CGG has the most amount of eliminations throughout the world stage.
I'm not surprised because Buriram was sleeping, as they always do. They are like, this is like totally the tortoise and the hare kind of a story, right?
Yeah. I mean, the fact that 2 teams have already been wiped out means that the chances for teams like Buriram, Magic Squad, are increasing exponentially, right? CGG as well, still in the game.
But still, we do have 10 teams and a lot of time. And this is Nextera. So much of those compounds to play around with. So much of those walls where it saves you the time and the resource from using your glue walls to block out shots. So I do anticipate a high number in at least the second final circle.
We've been having that for the entire evening.
That's
right?
true.
Like the final phase, the last 3-4 minutes have been very, very populated. But this is important.
This is a big fight between the Thai teams. Caramel, Casper out in the open. Get High can take advantage, but Moshi is not in position to snipe EXPS just yet. Get High gathers up with the rest of them. Jonah out in the open. They want to use the jump pad, and they back away. Very smart play by Buriram as they see that first glue wall and instantaneously reposition.
Jonah is taking the low ground. If EXPS engages this, Jonah knows that he has a flank angle. And EXPS, they are also making the sound move. They're not going to give too much ground away. Dew knows that Get High is there. They're both pointing at each other, and Get High was the one that gets the first shot in. And that is already enough for BRU.
They get scanned out by the UAV. Buriram know exactly where they are at. They can use this jump pad to get away. Buriram wants to look to reposition, and Jonah, the captain, will be the first one as the scout for Buriram, and a good double stack glue wall to protect them as they reposition to look for the next circle. This is the more important circle, circle number 3. If you can find a good defensive spot in here, you're probably going to get to that final circle.
Instant binoculars used as well from BRU. They're going to be able to scan out WAG and RRQ. They're going to intercept them. This is the first roadblock for BRU, and EXPS still sees BRU though, so they are going to be 2 teams trying to take out BRU as fast as possible. Expand gets the whole team back in the meantime, but Buriram, they can't avoid this. It has to be a full-fledged fight. RQ very much spread out. Abe sees Jonah, Get High taking shots. Legalov supporting from afar. Moshi, what a shot! He's going to take out Legalov. And just the sniper from BRU opening the fight for the team. Jonah does get dropped though, but he will survive for now.
Jonah, very smart play as he backs away. Wasana backs Jonah up as well. EXPS trying to tag them up from afar, but RRQ trying to take the biggest amount of advantage. Captain Legalot still up on top with the Woodpecker is basically useless in this engagement. That's trying to get the job done, but the rest of Buriram says thank you very much for the opportunity, but we are going to back away first. But there is a couple of ice grenades for them to deal with. Blue Wall Melters taking down all of the defenses as Razor confirms Get High. Jonah gets knocked down as well. Buriram should have run.
Yeah, Moshi was already running away way before this full-fledged fight broke out. He is so far away, and he's going to be waiting for that full revive. Wasana drops, and Moshi is going to start getting them back. Get High, the first one to get purchased. It is a boon for RRQ though, able to slow down BRU for now, but Thorad is going to be facing off against CGG.
Moshi was broke, only had enough money to buy one player back into the equation. CGG will continue the onslaught on the opposite side alongside Thorad, who did start off pretty decently. CGG, on the other hand, had no engagements thus far. So all of the loot that they were picking up from the very start of the game still on them. So this is a team that's well equipped for this battle.
Yeah, one more. He's going to get a couple of tags. As get, I guess, snuffed out by Dolphin. CGG a bit close to where Thorad are. The nade's going to come through. Darko hiding behind the glue wall. They're trying to find a flank angle onto CGG, but Peter is on the case. Now going for the wraparound sees where Lozzy is running towards, and that's the rest of TR. They have a good idea of where Thorad are going to be, and look at the grenades starting to come in from the Trogon. Darko taking lethal damage on the ground, and Egao can provide any support on fire, but the first knock will allow CGG to start rushing in unless Nor pulls up a miracle. But miracles do not exist when you're up against CGG. It's just raw skill, and Lozzy becomes the last man standing. Peter finds that knock.
Oh, great positioning, even by one more who stood so far away to play the insurance for CGG. He himself gets a knock as well. And of course, Peter finishing the job of PE Esports. On the other hand, doing a number on EXPS. Casper hanging on for his dear life, gets knocked down onto the ground as well. Grenade for the finisher, and it looks like New K will take that away. Hao Ang claims the elimination, but Stop as the final player with 600 coins left on him can buy one player back.
Man, ESPS having an absolute rough second half of the grand finals. Came in absolutely guns blazing in round 1 and 2, but from that point onwards, it was downhill. It's going to be certain that EXPS is going to most likely not recover from this, but it's going to find a freebie. It's all the way from the skies, don't even get to touch the ground, or perhaps touch the ground and get played.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's just dew.
He did the dew for sure.
I mean, it was due time that he finally got that.
Yeah,
I mean, he was torturing everybody else.
I mean, they're paying their dues for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing he ate was a honeydew, and he wishes he did not because he's a little hungry now. See, perfect timing for the fight to slow down as Razor shows up on our screen. 4 eliminations. 1,291 damage. Guys going for the 5th one as well as Hao Ang gets tagged up. Woodpecker in hand. Can't respond just yet. And you gotta hate it when you go up against a Groza. Guy's got 10 glue walls in hand. Razor clearly has not gotten into a CQC just yet.
Plenty to work with. PE just facilitating their own rotation, but they will be caught in a tricky spot. It's RRQ and WAG. You can see the UAV being sent to the north side. PE wants some info. They realize that, oh boy, WAG is on the northern side. We have to take this fight one by one. So RRQ will have to be the focus for now.
Razor's just playing the long-range game against everybody else. Groza finds these players. PE Sports tossing a couple of nades at the players of RRQ. Barely finds the engagements. New K, turn around, my son! And he activates the Sonya. Razor still finds the confirmation. He goes down either way as Butson steps in. Magic Squad shows up from nowhere, but RRQ still standing. Abe turns around. Hao Ang right behind. Duts gets narrow, and now it's a 1v2. Hao Ang circling around from the back, going up against Duts as well as Abe. Duts with literally a sliver of health left on him.
And Poco Stars, they hear the commotion. They're like, maybe it's time for us to pick up some of this grab. Song Ang healing out the open. That's a fatal mistake. Lee takes him out. PE Sports are already gone, and Poco Stars looking to wipe out the remnants of RRQ. Kazu, you have one member of RRQ hiding behind the glue wall, and that's going to be Duts. He will be fish food very soon. 18 deer circling around like a shark, and Duts is going to be finally claimed.
Oh, Magic Squad is going to thank RRQ by taking them out of the equation, but just when they thought they could have a good shot at them, WAG jumps on in. And there's a full squad revival here by RRQ, but they are getting shot out of the air. Koskyu secures Razor. Abe buys him right back. How rich is this kid?
And Gio has just found Legoloff as well, so RRQ Kazu getting absolutely pummeled left, right, and center. BRU are still in the game, but definitely crippled a little bit as Poco Stars proceeds to now prep their siege against WAG. CGG is from a follow as Bobs takes out Expand, putting them in 7th place by MKS. What a shot onto Razor!
My God.
As Razor gets picked up, Moshi wants to steal the kill, but this is not his. And
Abe
now again just buying, Abe shopping for members, and they have finally found him.
Okay, finally, the lifeline for RRQ gets taken out of the equation, and they should get taken out in the 6th spot by the looks of things. C-Triple-G, on the other hand, on the flip side of things, going up against Magic Squad. Just a couple of chip shots against them, and they secure the rest of RRQ in the meantime. Poco Stars, on the other hand, 5 eliminations already, still being teased by the players of WAG.
Yeah, Moshi has been spotted by Magic Squad. This is the best chance for Magic Squad right now.
I mean, if Moshi survives this, not spotted out by anyone, and then still gets into that final circle, I'm going to call crazy.
If Moshi gets the Booyah this round, let's just give them the trophy, okay?
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, if he gets the 3rd place for the team, that's trophy already. That's the trophy play. 7 eliminations in the hands of Magic Squad. They better get 20 by the end of this round.
If they get through C-Triple-G, I think no one can stop them. And C-Triple-G has an important role to play. So between One More and Yago, right? We talk about the battle of the sniper. Yago, does he have the Riptide Rhythm to provide an opening for his team? On Fire is dashing in already, but could not find the entry. And On Fire is going to get pressure. Lovely swing from Bobs. But Zenoso pulls his own way. C-Triple-G losing 2 member. Cosq being taken out by Raz. Is all falling apart for C-Triple-G.
C-Triple-G desperately needed to take Magic Squad out of the equation because Magic is 6 points ahead of them on the overall leaderboard. But with them faltering this late into the circle, Magic Squad, they should be able to claim this Booyah for themselves. What a wondrous drop initially, because that blue circle was given to Intellect Center. It is as if the gods of RNG just wanted to keep this as close as possible between Magic and the one and only Buriram.
We were looking for recovery. We were looking for Magic Squad to stop cannibalizing teams from their own region. We know that they can take out BRU. We've emphasized it so many times, and we've seen it happen finally in the second last round of the grand finals. Liam in the red, On Fire left alone. Magic Squad are just going to clean up the rest of these members. It's going to be 14 points for them and a Booyah, 26 massive injection for the Brazilian squad. The trophy is ever so close, and they're ever so close to redemption.
This is map number 5 and 1 more game to go. We have to drag that randomizer out to see exactly who gets blessed with a tad bit of luck. It's all going to be dependent on the map, Danny.
It's going to be dependent on the map and also the performance of these teams on the map, because remember, we've had teams have that final map curse.
Oh yeah.
They are so close. You can taste it.
I mean, you know, by some sheer luck, if the next map is Nextera as well, not just Brazil, but even the gods want Magic Squad to take the trophy back home.
And you can see, right, the elation for Magic Squad. They know. Last year, they came so close.
Oh, yeah.
They were stopped, and they ended up stopping K.
Correct.
But this year, a lot of people hailed them as the savior of Brazil. When you look online, there are a lot of loud survivors. On Magic Squad, they feel like they've been sidelined, maybe but just by a little bit. But they know in them, they have been here before. They were here last year. They saw how it happened. They remember how it felt. And now they have a chance to rectify everything that happened.
And it's a massive Booyah from them. 24 points for sure on their side. They get the 12 points from the Booyah. They get more than 12 from the eliminations. And they are definitely in that number 1 spot. Most definitely because Buriram just could not get to that final circle with a massive number of points like that.
It's not just Buriram that they have to compete with, right? Like, you still have to consider C-Triple-G is going to be in the running. I think EXPS might be almost out of the running at this point, right? Because they haven't been doing too well.
Yeah.
So it's mainly going to be our 3 Goliaths. I have a question, though. How about Loud? Is Loud actually in contention for possibly getting first place?
Yes, they are. Because they... I mean, they kind of got down a little bit early here. But Loud is one of those teams where a massive Booyah is not an impossible factor. So if they get into this next game and they get into that final circle, they get more than 12 eliminations and the Booyah, number 1 spot could just be theirs. But a couple of factors need to follow along as well, just like what we saw in the final game for Buriram yesterday. In order for Buriram to take number 1 spot, we thought it was going to be impossible because 3 teams were already in a good spot for that. But all those 3 teams faltered very early. So that's what Loud needs. The factor is Magic, Buriram, as well as C-Triple-G need to get kicked out of the lobby early in the final game, and Loud needs to get to that final circle and dominate the lobby to call themselves champion.
Well, we have to figure out what's the first star that's going to align, right? Who is it going to align for? And that is the selection of that random map. Who is it going to favor? And then from there on, I think that's when the teams are going to have to start to vocalize with each other. Okay, guys, it's this map. We've got to come up with this plan. I think the teams understand where they are. I don't think they're playing the tournament and like someone's not keeping track of the points. 100% sure I think the players and teams know where they are.
I have a feeling that the gods might just be on the side of not Magic, but Husky, because it's his birthday today. But let's hear exactly what Orn has to take out from the winners. We'll be right back with you guys.
We're now at the game before the final, and it was intense and electrifying as it should be. But right now, we got our winning player who brought the hit with me. Welcome Yagos from Magic Squad. Welcome back, Magic Squad. There is only one last game in Free Fire World Series 2023. What is your plan in last game?
Parabéns pelo Buia, vocês têm mais uma queda no Free Fire World Series. Qual é o plano da equipe para essa última queda?
O plano continua o mesmo. Vamos seguir focado aí, seja o que Deus quiser, e vamos pra cima, o que der e vier, vai quebrar tudo.
Our strategy keeps the same. We are going to kill everybody, win the round, and may God be with us.
Wow, okay. And are you confident that you are the best sniper in Free Fire World Series 2023 and why?
Você se acha o melhor sniper do Free Fire World Series? Por quê?
Com certeza, né? Eu trabalho muito aí, me dedico muito aí. E o porquê é que, mano, eu sou diferenciado e tô aí pra mostrar aí. E é isso.
Yes, I believe I'm the best sniper in the FFWS. I work very hard every day and I'm very confident.
Very confident indeed, right? And any words to your enemies before going into the final game?
Alguma palavra para os outros times do campeonato antes do último jogo?
Não, nenhuma palavra aí, seja o que Deus quiser. E vamos embora pra última queda aí que eu já quero jogar logo. E é isso, seja o que Deus quiser.
No words for them, I just wanna play and do my best.
Thank you, obrigado, and best of luck. Before we're going into the final, stay tuned and witness the champion unfold in the next battle. But right now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
It's come down to this final moment, ladies and gentlemen. Our final round of the evening, and it will be the round that will determine who will be our champion for 2023. And it could honestly go either way because it is such a close race towards the top of that bracket. But again, it comes down to what is going to be the map and who's going to have a good game. And who has that little shimmer of luck.
And also one more. Who God loves the most. Because luck is a huge factor here.
The stage has been set. Again, we are down to the final showdown between two massive regions. Two regions, and the only two regions who have won a trophy before. Brazil and Thailand, and we got the best of both worlds. We gotta look at the Elim leaders first though. Abe in this game putting out a great performance, but it's all Magic Squad for the rest. Yago, Budson, Gio, all stepping up.
Clearly, Yago, the MVP for a good reason. His snipes made the difference for the side of Magic Squad, managing to find all of those long-range shots as well as nick away a couple of engagements and points. Butson with those CQCs, not forgetting Giu as well in the 5th spot, and the Elim leaders for a total of 3. And the Skylar user, one of the very few in the lobby, managed to show exactly how useful the active skill still is.
Last few relic left on the world stage, and finally you get to see it shine. I mean, this is definitely not his first MVP. He has been on this page before, but you know, it is one of those rare occasions where you really see Yago put in the numbers, right? He feels really confident. He believes that he is the best sniper, right? And Moshi said that as well. And we have one more round to find out who is truly the best sniper.
And this is their second Booyah of the day, just like the one and only Buriram. So I guess we've got our top 2 contenders, but one that's following very close behind them as well, Danny.
Really close. I think it would be a massive upset though if both of these teams actually get knocked out early in the next round, because that would open the doors wide open for the 3rd team to come in, sneak their way through, and snap up that trophy. So,
but who is the 3rd team though?
C Triple D.
It's 2 Thai team against a Brazilian team, right?
Two against one, unfortunately.
It's like last year, Evo's Phoenix, Nigma Galaxy against K. You know, we've seen this. It's definitely a deja vu moment, but also this is where we have to look at the wild card factor for the last map. Regardless of what the map is, that's just one part of it. The second part is teams that have nothing else to lose. The hot drops might change a lot.
Actually, true.
RRQ might just be a pain in everybody's backside depending on who they want to pick on this time, because they have been literally hot dropping everyone non-stop.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't think we're going to see teams mess around in this final round because placements still matter, even though you're not competing for first place, because you're still aiming for that prize pool, right? So you want to try and get as many points as possible. Personally, I wouldn't hot drop random teams because I think there's a good chance you're just going to absolutely fail. But what's not going to fail is the map selection. It is going to be
Brazil! Magic Squad just picked up a booyah on Nextera. Magic Squad looking for yet another to take the trophy back home.
Okay, hold on a minute, gentlemen.
I know what Danny is gonna say. Oh, teams that perform well on the map, get the map on random selection, and they flop. But I believe this will be different. Will they come out the gate swinging? I don't think so. But will they make it into the last stage? 100% believe that.
Oh my gosh.
In fact, you know what? I want Magic Squad and BRU to fight in the last circle.
Well, Christmas clearly came early for Magic Squad.
Definitely.
I mean, yesterday when they played in the grand finals, it was also a month before Christmas, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're back in the exact same situation. Like exactly 1 year later.
I can't wait, guys. I actually cannot wait for us to just go straight into this game. Like, what are we waiting for? We should just go right into Nextera, start the game. But I guess the teams do need a little bit of time to sort of think, okay, what do you want to do here? So let's look at this game through the lens of some of the other teams competing, right? Who else could be an X factor that might ruin the game for Buriram and Magic Squad?
C-Triple-G.
Aside from C-Triple-G as well.
Loud.
I want a team that is not in contention at all at the top of the bracket. Someone that's just going to come in and ruin the party for everybody.
Yes. Oh, wow.
EXPS Thorat.
RRQ.
RRQ.
Yeah.
RRQ, I could believe, yes. That team cannot make it to the top of the bracket, unfortunately.
All right, this is where we find out where our allegiance lies. And clearly, you guys want Brazil, not Brazil. You want Brazil to not win.
Look,
I have been believing in Brazil since I started Free Fire, all right?
Yeah.
Since I witnessed Rio de Janeiro, I've been wanting Brazil to bring this trophy back. I've been waiting for this moment for 4 years.
Look, man, I share the exact same sentiment with you. I want Brazil to take the championship back home so that the next World Series happens in Brazil and I can fly to Brazil to shoutcast the Free Fire World Series.
But this man has picked Buriram.
Yeah, exactly. But
there's a but.
But consistency speaks volumes, and Buriram has woken up. And the fact of the matter is, they are pissed off. And when you put Buriram in it, I mean, they should have just let Buriram be in that #1 spot until the final game and then pop off. But they made a huge mistake by personally knocking Buriram out of the equation, getting that booyah for themselves, and igniting a flame that's going to turn into an explosion very soon on Nextera.
I'm just looking out loud here, and I'm just considering the possibility that all of our predictions are incorrect, and Loud just comes in.
I mean, Loud has had 36 points thus far on this map, 7 average points every time they go to Nextera. If they get into the final circle, it's a miracle already.
And it depends who they are in the final circle with, right?
Yeah.
If it's any team aside, if it's with one of the top 2 teams, then you can be sure that that team who is at the top 2 is going to win the whole thing. Because Loud is not in contention for first. But if they are in the final circle with any team other than the top 2...
Actually, Loud is in contention for the first if they get a massive booyah.
If they pull an Evo's Phoenix.
Yeah, correct. I mean, 20 minimum eliminations for them to get the #1 spot.
Ooh.
Which was what Evo's Phoenix did last year.
Correct, yes.
Literally, Evo's Phoenix.
Not impossible.
Who's going to pop off this round because the pods are loaded.
Oh,
the
yeah,
players
baby.
are ready. We're getting everything into the aircraft and we are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 6 of the grand finals for the Free Fire World Series 2023. We'll find out who's going to be this year's champion right after this round, but it's going to be all play, all skill. Who will come out on top? And will we see any upsets? The chance is there, but it's all going to be down to this final map. It's Nextera. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
I am looking for those hot drops, and I'm pretty sure some of those teams are gearing up already. But the biggest suspense of all is going to be the flight path, which seems to be a little kind to a lot of people. And Intellect Center, come on! Come on! Even the game, even the gods of RNG wants it to go to Brazil.
Oh no.
I waited years for this. Last year we came so close. Last year I came so close to celebrating it with Brazil on the stage. This has not felt any closer.
If this goes still to Buriram, I tell you, those boys are gonna hustle like crazy. Somebody better take that hot drop inside of Intellect Center to stop the players on the side of Magic. But wait,
where's Buriram going?
Okay.
Where's Buriram?
Okay, Magic's okay. Buriram's definitely gonna go.
Where's Torad going? Where's Torad going?
Torad's gonna give points away to Buriram. Torad, you are insane.
Okay, no, they're not giving points away.
Take it away.
No, that's crazy.
No. And I'm not calling crazy. I actually think Thorad have a good chance of ruining the party here for Buriram. Let's go, Thorad!
Have you not seen the bloody head? Have you forgotten about that?
I've not forgotten, but you know, there's a reason why Bloody Head's not here on the world stage. Still no comeback for that one now.
Oh gosh, it is.
I mean, you're picking on a team that has not even participated in any major for the past.
You brought them up.
Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. This is a very quiet opening, and this normally the calm before the storm. We're going to be in for a really big fight.
Oh no! Ikal picked up the P90. That's a super good gun. Dinoculus has been used. Question is, who used that?
A lot of Wasana. Wasana has a. Anyway, no, he's not on the up run this time. It could be get hype. 18-day taken out. All these points are not really consequential.
Yeah.
Compared to what we've already established, right? But
I mean, these teams are just playing for some extra USD.
Yeah.
They're not playing for the big money.
Exactly. I think for Buriram, they're under a lot of pressure right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
As much as we say that there's a good chance they win that, and I still stand by that. I think that they are solid. But you can't count Thorad out. Right?
But dude, Magic Squad getting that blue circle 2 times in a row, that's insane, man. They got the blue earlier, they got the Booyah as well. I mean, this might just be a repeat. And I have not seen any other world stage where even the gods of RNG want a team to win. Clearly, even the game wants the trophy to go to Brazil. I mean, it's sick and tired of just holding the Free Fire World Series in Bangkok.
I mean, God wants the crowd from Brazil. I mean, who can blame them, right? They pioneered kind of what the hype was all about for Free Fire. One of the biggest scenes in the world if you look outside of SEA.
Yeah.
Lao was able to, actually, well, not able, but Lao was not able to save one of their teammates. Expand again. This one was not played at all. Kawan, he's down.
Oh, crazy fight between Expand and Loud. I mean, they actually getting the job done. What a snipe by Axel Mexico out of the equation. Of all teams, Expand chooses to challenge Loud, and the Brazilians do not have backup. And when I say that, I mean Magic Squad. They do not have backup, but at the same time, they have one less enemy out there who has consistently been stopping them from getting the Booyah. And I think the main reason why Magic got the Booyah is because Loud got taken out earlier.
I mean, they were the one who took out the last man from Loud.
That's true.
And also, like, we say that these fights are not that important, but you also have to look at the fact that the more teams get knocked out early on, they are not Buriram and Magic Squad, the tighter it's going to be when we get to the later stage of the round, right?
Correct. Yeah, because they don't get to farm as well.
Exactly. Again, the Booyah might decide everything. I think I believe right now that there's a good chance the Magic Squad is in a lead, but only slightly. You can see that BRU, they're peeled away completely. They are taking Turbine, but that also means they didn't get too much stuff from their usual drop spot at the museum because Thorad was threatening them.
And I mean, it's clearly a indication that Buriram is super serious, right? The usual sleeping. Oh my God, what a jump shot! 18 deer, illegal. Wally had a Bison. Yeah, you get to definitely emote that one. That was a crazy engagement.
And Yuki was actually bombarded by Caramel, XPS. Walking a bit too late, don't try. He almost takes out 2 Sonyas. At the same time, Casper's wants more timeout. Nero with a grenade launcher, really chipping away to help us. Nero, man, wow! I mean, Nero has really swapping guns and taking out members of EXPS. Stop next on the list, but Start will at least make sure that Don't Cry doesn't get the third.
P Esports trying to put an end to EXPS's run right here. How on? Can he get the pickup? Answers no. As he gets taken out in the equation, and PE dropped in the 12th spot, and they will hold on to the 12th spot on the overall leaderboard. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, tense opening as well. C-Triple-G.
Uh-oh.
The team in the 3rd place, as we call them.
Yeah, you don't want this fight, Expand. UAV sent out by C-Triple-G. Scans 1 player from Expand. Should have gotten that indication to back away. On
Now-
fire spotted out.
Now they definitely know. I mean, that UAV.
Yeah.
It's hovering over like 3 members of Expand.
Axel takes it out. Has got one crate to work with right in front of them. WAG, on the other hand, in a little bit of trouble. Buriram just outside this next safe zone. Circle's moving already. It's not going to be a lot of damage. But even 1 HP would count.
I mean, WG are very spread out. But they have a good chance of keeping BRU at bay, right? Depending on what the game plan is for WAG, it seems like they want to take the circle. Thorad's still very nearby, but oh boy, WAG. There's one member in this vicinity, and Buriram, they are approaching really fast.
And Buriram already got all of the loot that they were looking for. Lozzie, the first one to find that engagement against Dolphin. Got his HP taken away as well.
Here we go.
And now Buriram have the advantage in a 4v3.
And Get High is taking some chip damage. Wasana though, critically injured. Will get away with the inhaler just in time. Thorad could be the roadblock that stops the 3-peat from BRU. Keeping them outside of this compound for now. RRQ also showing out the Indonesians wants to end the dynasty of Thailand.
Oh my goodness. Can Indonesia join hands and get this done? Both Thorad as well as Buriram. But Moshi says, hasta la vista, baby. We are gone. And they leave the Indonesians to fight it out against each other. It's going to be RRQ going up against Thorad. They are playing for that USD right now.
Yeah, it's just what a smart move on BRU. They know that this is not a fight. They want to take the risk. And RRQ will take on Thorad. Comes down to these two teams. C-Triple-G on the other hand actually will lost on fire and just got brought back. And Expand going on the chase is too fast against Peter. And Peter able to chip away some of that health pool, and Korsku coming in to join him as well.
Too Fast cannot take this fight against Peter. He needs Crime, and the moment Crime appeared,
The corner.
Too Fast getting flanked around. Korsku turning around the corner. Too Fast gets tagged up from the back and once again takes that high ground advantage. M1014 tagged up by the A124 as well. Too Fast now can't use his A124. Needs to wait for the cooldown, but he gets tagged up from the back and Peter walks away with that elimination. Mexico off screen gets taken out by Stop Peter, and one more find Axel and Crime. Expand is done.
10 more teams remain. Buriram, Magic Squad still in the game. Absolutely quiet, especially for Magic Squad. You'd think that they've been knocked out if you don't look at the statistics.
Yeah.
They're still in the game. RRQ and Thorad with a ceasefire. But there are more pressing matters at hand. They have to start outrunning the blue as Drax gets picked up by EXPS.
6 eliminations already for EXPS, who are trying their very best for a massive booyah to get that #1 spot. It could still be done. RRQ, on the other hand, losing guts against Thor at P90 in the hands of Lozzie, but he gets knocked down onto the ground. Unfortunate as the Trogon outscales him in terms of damage. Guy ran out of bullet. RRQ gets the revive as well as EXPS takes the #1 spot in the overall eliminations for this lobby.
Look at WAG, they're running northwards, and right south of them is BRU running in the same direction. Thor is still in the game, the captain, Darko still alive. Lau just got the whole team back, so this lobby is still very much populated.
Buriram very low on the loot. They are going compound to compound, but all they're finding is empty houses, as all of these spots have already been looted up by the teams who have passed through those spots. EXPS catching up with Raz. Boko in a lot of trouble as GOW finds a full squad revival.
Yeah, Raz is going to end up going down.
Triple kill.
Boko Stars losing one of their members, the XPS. We won that massive round, right? It's
yeah.
We haven't been talking about them much, but they were also one of the teams in this position. They were so close, and then the last round, they bombed out last year.
Yeah, ooh.
Thorad is already out. 9 teams remain.
I mean, if EXPS wants the #1 spot, they need a minimum of 20 points more than the other teams above them. And that's teams like C-Triple-G, Buriram, Magic Squad, as well as Loud. I mean, unfortunate for Loud, they don't have to worry about them anymore. But the other teams are pretty much alive and kicking, looking for that final circle. Buriram, on the other hand, though, hasn't picked up a single point yet.
This was unlike, oh my god, they got the circle for them.
My god, I mean,
but,
look.
You know, God is fair, right?
Yeah, that's true, man. Ooh, Magic Squad.
But unlike last year, right? Unlike last year where Buriram went on an absolute killing spree in the last round, this round they're playing as a Bobs. He has already moved.
Yeah.
And this is good, honestly, for Magic Squad. You get some info for yourself, right? You need to start planning out your route to the center.
Loud's back in action, full squad. up against EXPS. This is Brazil versus Thailand. A preview of the final circle between Magic Squad and Buriram, perhaps.
Buriram sees this happening. They might be able to pick up some extra kills, extra eliminations.
He crawled
top
away.
of that point. Drax is already down. Loud needs to give him help as soon as they can. Buriram can just chill in the center. They do not need to engage in any sort of confrontation as Drax is already gone.
Now, good claim by Caramel and Stop. Kawan getting tagged up as well with a cutoff in terms of rotation, and Lost 21 gets knocked down onto the ground with a VSS courtesy of Caramel's shots. Kawan out in the open as well with the farmers, but everything's going south for Loud as CGGG hops on into this battle as well, trying to stop them from running away.
And me and Loud are just falling apart at the seams right now. CGGG joining in this confrontation means that Kawan becomes the last surviving member of Loud. One more knows where he is. The team's taking themselves on. This is the best case scenario for BRU and for Magic Squad, especially BRU who are in the circle and no one is contesting them. Everyone is busy fighting at the edge.
Let's see if Peter manages to sneak his way around this.
Caramel's gonna try. Cluster's coming through. Let's go a bit wide. Unfortunately, Caramel will survive that. Kawan not so lucky. Continues that mad dash into the save zone. He will make it in for now. So this leaves CGGG and EXPS. Especially if you are CGGG, you have to win this.
EXPS looking for that massive round that they want to walk away with. 10 eliminations already and they are on fire.
Oh,
Magic against WAG. WAG with a defensive spot. Kawan claimed by Ghost. GOW out of the equation thanks to Poco. Magic Squad setting up against WAG. And it looks like the grenades are starting this engagement off first, but WAG with a good defensive retreat.
Remember, this is the most important fight for Magic Squad. And they are getting pressured by different teams. CGGG are nearby as well, so they can join this if they want to. RRQ is watching this happen. WAG, they have a lot of... They have more than just MGS to deal with, especially if you're MGS out in the open. WAG, they're not taking chances, they're backing off.
WAG says thank you very much, but Magic Squad still keeping an eye on them. WAG running straight towards RRQ. Magic Squad needs to move as well. They are the furthest one away from the circle and everybody gets to gatekeep them. But EXPS is going to keep CGGG a little bit distracted, so that is a lifeline for Magic Squad to take the fight and continue the engagement against WAG.
The final push for Magic Squad, or at least the start of a final push. The gauntlet, as we call it. Can Brazil overcome the odds?
Buriram safe in that final circle, just waiting for people to hop on in to their fishing pond.
CGGG having the man advantage right now. EXPS are down in numbers. Circle is not going to wait though. Number 5 is closing in. Number 4 is closing in.
CGGG in the running to keep the trophy in Thailand as well. The only ones who can take it away from Thailand, Magic Squad, not in a great position at all.
Oh no, they have to face CGGG. WAG is running into BRU first. And look at MGS.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. What a gauntlet you have to go through.
I mean, M82B in the hands of one more from this sort of an advantage. He focuses on Magic Squad. This is going to be big. Blue Wall Melters getting tossed in first. Peter down on the ground. This is a big one. And it looks like Koski is going to join the rest of the team members. And Peter is going to get sacrificed.
Alright, Magic Squad, one at a time.
He's
Peter's
back!
actually back. Picks himself back up. Does have the injection at the end.
Oh, what
RRQ
a position for CGGG.
In the sidelines right now of one more. I mean, Magic Squad about to receive a lot of pressure. You can say it's the same for BRU as well, right? The teams are converging onto them. Who is going to be taken out first? That is the important question right now. One more fighting Legal off screen. RRQ, they want to find some sort of a safe haven, but it's only out of the pot into the frying pan.
Buriram blocks off the stairs leading up towards that second floor. Abe gets tagged up, but the importance here is to pick Dutz right back up onto his feet, and they get that done. RRQ with the 6 eliminations. They are pretty far away from walking away the trophy, but their interference in the final circle might just give the advantage to whoever it is in the best position to walk away with that number 1 spot. Bob's tagged up already. WAG still trying to keep an eye on them, and the bird's eye view from CGGG does not work against Magic Squad, who are dead beneath them.
They need to get rid of Dew first. That's the first step for MGS. With a bit of help from CGGG, that will happen.
Circle's moving. You gotta start moving, CGGG.
This is the last circle.
Where do you go?
The final push. This is it. Get highs down already. Just finds it. EXPS out of the picture. Wasana drops. Jonah and Moshi left. Get high. Gets back up on his feet. RQ gets wiped out. Wasana also still alive, but Get High gets knocked again. The Ghost finds the snipe.
Get High. Can he pick it right back up? Moshi, the savior, has got a revival platform on top of everything else to play around with as well. He's starting to scan the revival. Get High gets taken out, but Moshi, he just needs to stay alive for a few more seconds. Magic Squad on that left-hand side. Jonah alive. He repositions as WAG takes those shots against Wasana, dropping him on the ground.
The best possible scenario for Magic Squad right now. Everyone is fighting amongst each other. Dolphin is going to get down on fire, taking out to Labu. We might get the dream scenario for this final game. Magic Squad against BRU. The numbers of CWG are dropping on fire. He gets back up, but not for long. Magic Squad have found 4. Cyrus, the next to follow. Krillin is ticking out. This might go home to Brazil right now. It's Jonah and Mochi to keep Thailand in the game. The Retired Yago might have done it for Brazil. BRU is out. WAG, there's nothing left for them. Magic Squad, after a year, will bring this back for Brazil. Vamos for Brazil. 4 years it has eluded them. 4 years they worked for this.
Out of meta, Skylar hit the final Riptide Rhythm, taking down all defenses. Moshi couldn't do jack, and the Brazilians step into the final circle with just 1 elimination, and yet the Booyah is gonna serve them big time, and the trophy is all dependent on whether or not a back-to-back Booyah was enough. But remember, you talked about the 4 Booyahs that Phoenix Force hit against the Brazilians. But this time, the 3 Booyahs from the side of Magic Squad should be able to get the job done, Danny.
Oh my gosh, just seeing the emotion in the booths, the players, they're overwhelmed, they're crying, they've finally done it.
4 years, Danny.
I know.
4 years for Brazil.
4 years.
They don't even have a partner or a sponsor. Their shoulders are empty on the world stage. But I don't think it's gonna be empty for much longer.
The trophy, ever since the trophy left Rio de Janeiro, 2019 was when Corinthians won. That was the first and only time Brazil ever won the World Championship. 2020, COVID happened. We had no World Championship. 2021, Phoenix Force showed up, defeats Lao in the Grand Finals. Not even close, 4 out of 6 Booyah. 2022, Sentosa, same thing happens. Attack all around. And Evo's Phoenix.
Correct.
Brazil was not in the picture. 2022 Bangkok, K was 2 points away from bringing it home. And who would have thought the team that stopped K from bringing it home redeems themselves and brings it back to Brazil after 4 long years.
And Loud was not there to stop them from getting the job done. Moshi, we can understand the disappointment that's in the hearts of the 2-time world champs. Perhaps should have hustled a little bit earlier, but it was a valiant effort from the team nonetheless.
I just want to quickly point out, Bobs and Gio were with Magic Squad last year.
Yeah.
They had Drax with them. Drax went to Loud afterwards. So these two have seen it happen.
Yeah, correct.
Remember what Moshi asked Bobs? Do you remember? Well, guess what? They definitely did, and they have redeemed themselves. I mean, I've waited for this for so long.
Looks like we are flying to Brazil next year.
We are. Hopefully we are. They waited this for way too long. What a moment for Brazil.
I want to... I know it's early because they're not going to show it yet. I want to see how close or how far everyone was
very close
when we see that leaderboard.
Too close.
And we also need to do the calculations, right?
Yeah.
With the points from Point Rush, how much did that impact the final results? Because that was something that we were asking before we kicked off the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
Would these points have actually mattered or actually kept other teams from possibly taking it home themselves?
Yes. If you look at the point rush, BRU and Magic Squad were separated by 1 point.
I thought it was 2. Oh yeah, it was 1.
It was 1 point.
2 points.
Magic Squad had 12. Buriram had 11.
1 point.
Okay. Yeah. And CGG had 13. These 3 teams are at the top or close to the top.
Yes.
So it looks like the points did make a tad bit of difference. At least for teams like CGG.
I mean, they were the final 3 in the final circle. How poetic this is, right?
Oh yeah.
What a poetic one. Obviously, for teams that didn't get to walk away with the trophy, obviously there are disappointments, right?
Yeah.
But still sportsmanship from them. I see members of Lao still giving the heart sign, even they're clearly very sad. And WAG, a heck of a debut on the world stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Definitely be proud of themselves. And Vietnam have proved something, but This is Brazil's moment.
Actually, if you look at very closely as well, the players are still shaking. Like the adrenaline is still there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, it was such a tense lobby, right? They, first of all, get the greatest of blessings, which is the blue circle, not once but two times in a row. I mean, like I said, right? Even the gods of RNG wanted the trophy to go back to Brazil.
Pops, do it! Yes! He did the bottle flip. That's an extra $10,000 for you.
If only, Husky. If only. Maybe next year.
They're probably asking, do we get something? Do we get something for that flip?
Perfect. But oh my gosh, what a way to end the year, right?
Oh yeah.
We've had a phenomenal 3 weeks. We had our leagues. We had the group stage. We had the point rush. We had our grand final day. We've learned a lot. We spent a lot of time with the players and the teams as well, just seeing how they grew individually as well as teams together.
Yeah.
And
see, here's something crazy, right? What if they're celebrating too early? Because none of us have seen the points for the past 3 games.
Well, that's why I'm asking about the whole point rush system. Like, we don't really know.
No, the point rush is
I've committed way too much. Brazil is
inconsequential at this point of time because of the 3 teams that did manage to get into the final circle and pretty much dominate the points towards the very end. So point rush out of the question.
Yeah.
But
what's in the question is the MVP,
correct.
right? So this is our MVP for the round, but let's show off our MVP leader because we also have to crown our MVP for the entirety of the tournament. And if you've been following the tournament, you'll know who it is.
Consolation for EXPS is due. But, you know, unfortunately, till the very end, we never saw that highlight reel that he was talking about.
Look at Yago. That Yago was so close. This guy's 4 MVP titles. He was farming it in the final.
Oh, yeah. 78 eliminations. Obviously, the Skylar didn't help him get those eliminations, but the Skylar was opening up those opportunities for the rest of the Magic Squad, right? And in that final engagement, if it was not for that Riptide Rhythm, Moshi would have still been standing on his feet, and we know exactly what happens when the Clutch God is alive.
This is actually crazy. I mean, when you need it the most.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It paid off. Sometimes people say that Free Fire is scripted, but man.
Let's talk to Du because we're going to crown him our MVP leader.
Exciting moment in Free Fire World Series 2023. We have our MVP, the most valued player right now. And it's time to get an exclusive interview with an exceptional player who have captured our eye with his extraordinary skill and dedication. Welcome and congratulations to MVP this year, EXP Esports Deal! Congratulations ยินดีด้วยนะคะ First of all, how do you feel right now after becoming an MVP of Free Fire World Series 2023?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เราได้ MVP ของ Free Fire World Series 2023 ครั้งนี้
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
I'm very happy but also sad at the same time because I didn't get to be the champion of this year.
Which factor that helped you the most to become the MVP of Free Fire World Series 2023?
คาแรคเตอร์ตัวอะไรที่ทำให้เราได้กลายเป็น MVP ของ World Series ครั้งนี้คะ
ดิมิทรีครับกับโซเนียครับ
Dimitri and Sonia.
Anything you'd like to say to your fans who've been rooting for you?
ฝากข้อความถึงแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ขอโทษด้วยครับที่ปีนี้ไม่ได้แชมป์เหมือนเดิมครับขอโทษด้วยครับ
I am sorry to not getting the champion for this year for you guys.
But we'll do again next year, right? We'll do over next year.
ปีหน้าเอาใหม่นะคะ โอเค
โอเคครับ
Thank you so much. Congratulations ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
And next up, we will crown the winner, the champion of Free Fire World Series. After this, back to you, Shoutcaster.
Congratulations to Du as he is our MVP for the Free Fire World Series 2023. And okay, I have to ask the question because I don't know if I know the math. When did we essentially guarantee his MVP? Like, when did he lock in that 6th MVP?
End of knockout stages.
End of knockout stages, yeah, by the end of week 3.
So this week, he didn't add anything to his score and
nothing.
He was perfectly fine.
Yeah. And I didn't get my highlight reel.
Yeah, where's the 1v4?
Yeah, where was it?
Good question. Maybe we'll get it soon.
I'm disappointed, dude. But it's okay. He takes away 10,000 USD. It's a good consolation. Unfortunately, they don't take away the 300,000 USD that they were looking for.
Yeah, It's his second World Series, right? Last year they finished like third place, but this year definitely there's a dip in terms of result when you look at how EXPS formerly Nigma Galaxy performed last year, but it's also a testament to how far the competition has evolved, right? Every single region, we talk so much about Indonesia and Vietnam. I'm sure they didn't walk away with the trophy, and it's within expectations that they most likely won't walk away with the trophy, but they did put up a fight.
And it's also because of the meta changes that has severely nerfed some of the gameplay out here by these players, because EXPS is a very aggressive team. They like going out there hunting for fights, but the current meta is a super defensive meta. And that's exactly why you see players like Sonia, Nairi with the iron wall up there. And the problem here is EXPS just could not adapt to the meta the way the Brazilians did. I mean, and the way the Brazilians did it was absolutely insane. Still running the old meta of Skylar, even with the presence of those glue wall melters. And it kind of is genius when you look at it because of the ice iron that Nairi actually has out there. So for some crucial engagements, it gets the job done.
Well, hopefully, even though EXPS, they weren't able to make it as far as they would like, this will motivate them to be better next year.
He's apologizing to all of the fans. I'm saying, don't act sad, man. You were smiling just moments ago.
I mean, it's definitely a rough.
Yeah, his friend is sad. Yeah, he is still crying.
I mean, if you're BRU, you were so close to bringing it home, right? I mean, for Jonah, it's going to be his third. He's already one of the most decorated players in the history of.
Let's wait for a minute.
Wasana's the most disappointed one because he thought this was going to be his first.
Well, hold on a minute. We haven't even announced the champion yet, so we don't actually know if it actually is Magic Squad. We need to wait for the official announcement.
I'm going to be so embarrassed if it's not Magic Squad.
I mean, it'd be quite crazy if it's not Magic Squad. The points should check out, but if Buriram gets it, I tell you, I'll flip a table because...
Oh, here we go, here we go.
I
mean, Magic Squad has at least 36 points intact, right? 36 plus what? Plus 12 from the point round. So they have 48 points to start as a baseline.
All right, here we go.
All right, we're gonna see who wins.
Free Fire World Series 2023. This is the reveal of the leaderboard. Who is your champion?
Magic Squad.
Magic Squad! And Brazil takes the trophy back home after 4 long years.
4 years. 4 years it has been in the making for Brazil. The year after they lost the trophy, they came ever so close yet so far. Last year they came so close again.
They're so happy. Honestly, I cannot blame them. Like, they waited an entire year, motivated, and I think as well last year, right? The feeling that you were so close and it was just out of reach. I think that lit a fire in their hearts to really put their finger out to try again.
Remember when we look at round 2 when they won with the blue zone?
Yeah.
We were like, they literally defied destiny.
Yes.
They took control of it.
Props to the analyst and coach of the squad as well, because when everybody else was going with the flow, these guys went against the grain to bring that Skylar in, an off-meta character, to show that sometimes you have to think out of the box, and that out of the box thinking at the end of the day brought them to the championship. There was not a lot of difference between Buriram as well as Magic Squad. There was just a 1-point difference when we came through from Point Rush. So it was inconsequential as to who takes away the trophy. It all went down to that final round where Buriram could find close to no eliminations.
Yes, it was actually a really strange round for Buriram, right? They were playing a very un-Buriram way, and I think because they didn't embrace their natural play style, that may have been one of the reasons that it really held them back as a team altogether.
Correct. And Thoret, of course, played a huge part in Buriram really not going insane towards the end in this final game, especially at Nextera. Hot dropping Buriram and slowing their progress down, stopping them from picking up their loot and starting off an aggressive match where they knew for a fact they needed all of those eliminations. And, teams just kept coming to their compound again and again, forcing them to run away, avoiding more of those points. And at the end of the day, like I said, you need a fair share of fantastic skills out there on the battlefield, but you cannot get it done without a drop of luck.
Congratulations yet again to Magic Squad for a fantastic and well-deserved win. Our champions for 2023. Husky, what do they say over in Brazil when they want to cheer for their teams?
Vamos. Vamos Brazil. Vamos Magic Squad. What an ending. I mean, the era of Brazil is now.
And they own the glory at the Free Fire World Series 2023. They flew into Bangkok, they dominated the Thai players, and they walk out of the country with that trophy in the middle of your screen.
Covenant Trophy as well. The first time we have a new format, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, Magic Squad, they've done so much. They've ended an era that has been dominant for so long. Everyone was hyping them up. We spent 2-3 years talking about Thailand.
Yep.
And Brazil finally have ended that streak.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it is finally time for us to interview our champions, Magic Squad, to get their feelings, for them to tell us how they got here. Let's hear it from Magic Squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we have been waiting for, announcing the champion of Free Fire World Series 2023. Congratulations to Magic Squad! A well-deserved victory after a fierce competition. Right now, I'm going to ask you guys to hold on to the trophy, feel the weight of your triumph, and get ready to lift it high as I count down in 3, 2, 1, alright? So hold on to the trophy. Right. Get ready to lift it high. Champions, are you guys ready? Yes? Yes. All right. It's time for the history, the new champion of Free Fire World Series 2023. In 3, 2, 1, congratulations! Congratulations! The trophy doesn't symbolize just only the victory, but the brilliant strategy and also the dedication, unwavering spirit that led you to this moment. Excellent performance. Congratulations to new champion of Free Fire World Series 2023. It's Magic Squad from Brazil. So it's time to chat a little bit with our new champion here. First of all, how does it feel to become the champion of Free Fire World Series 2023?
Como você se sente sendo campeão do Free Fire World Series?
Pode. Vai, tu. Tá funcionando aí? Tá, né? Mano, primeiramente, o sentimento é muito bom, né? Não tem como explicar o sentimento de campeão mundial. Tipo, uma coisa que eu sempre sonhei pra minha vida, desde o começo da minha carreira, eu sempre tive esse sonho, sempre tive essa vontade de um dia estar aqui, um dia ser campeão mundial. E graças a Deus, hoje esse sonho se realizou, porque é tudo pra ele e tudo dele. Então, hoje eu queria dedicar esse título primeiramente a Deus, depois ao meu time, à minha família, ao pessoal que tá sempre comigo, me apoiando, me ajudando. E, mano, vocês são essenciais para isso tudo, para esse sonho, para nós termos vindo até aqui, ter sofrido coisa pra caramba, ter perdido, na maioria das vezes também ter perdido. E hoje em dia ter esse título mundial é muito gratificante para mim. E eu também queria dedicar ao meu grande amigo Gustavo, que hoje em dia tá com Deus. Mas muito obrigado por todo o ensinamento seu aqui na Terra e por todo o aprendizado, você é um cara foda. E é isso, muito obrigado meu time, agora vamos curtir, dedicar a nossa família que tá lá com nós pra caralho, então vamos pra cima.
It's an amazing feeling. It's been my dream since I started playing Free Fire. First of all, thanks to God, we are able to be here. I'm feeling amazing. I want to thank all my friends, all my team. Without them, we couldn't do it. And a special hug to my friend Gustavo that is not here anymore. He's in heaven, but taught me a lot of things.
Right, and last year Magic Squad was runner-up and Buriram was the champion, right? Now the game has changed. This year you won Buriram United Esports and become the champion of Free Fire World Series 2023. Anything you'd like to say to Buriram United Esports?
No ano passado vocês ficaram atrás da Buriram e esse ano vocês ganharam deles aqui no FFWS. Vocês têm algum recado para passar?
Não, a gente sabe que do potencial do time deles, é óbvio, é uma equipe que tem que se respeitar dentro de jogo, mas a gente veio com um time totalmente sólido, a gente veio muito mais experiente do que na primeira etapa e conseguindo ser melhor no dia de hoje. A gente sabe que é um campeonato duro, um campeonato de 6 quedas, e que hoje a gente foi melhor que eles.
We know their potential, we know they are a very good team, but we came here to do our game. We learned a lot in the last FFWS, so we grown up during this time. We know it's a very hard championship, so only nothing to say specific for them, but we respect them a lot.
Right. And what is your most memorable experience in the Free Fire World Series 2023 so far?
Qual é a experiência mais marcante de vocês no FFWS?
Tá. A experiência mais marcante aí é o meu primeiro FFWS aí. E da melhor forma, né? Campeão. Só tenho a agradecer a Deus mesmo. E é isso. Vamos pros próximos aí. Ano que vem promete muita coisa.
It's amazing, my first FFWS. I only want to thank God. And we'll keep pushing. We'll be here next year again.
Okay. Right, so I will definitely see you in the next year. But now, the questions for each member. Please name the best performing teammate in Free Fire World Series 2023. Each player.
Vai. Recado.
Assim, a gente acho que não vai botar muito recado, mas agradecer, como o Bobs mesmo falou, a Deus, primeiramente. E a todo mundo aí que tá torcendo pela gente. Eu sei que tinha muita gente que tava duvidando da nossa capacidade. Não é fácil estar aqui, rapaziada. E eu vi muita gente criticando, muita gente não botando fé. Mas aquele lá de cima, quando ele promete, não tem dia, não tem hora. Ele faz acontecer. E só agradecer a Deus. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que deu hater e quem tava torcendo pela gente também. Fechou? É isso. Abraço pra vocês. Amo.
Just thank everyone for cheering for us, our fans in Brazil, and even the people that don't like us, that doubt us. Thanks God we did it. It's very hard to be here, but we are very happy.
Right. And Bobs.
Mano, já falei bastante, né, no começo, mas só agradecer a todo mundo que tá torcendo, todo mundo que sempre acreditou em nós, que torce por nós de verdade, porque vocês fazem parte disso também, fazem parte de nós estar aqui. Também o Renan, que não pôde vir aqui, mas o cara é craque da bola, tá ligado que ele é nosso analista. Queria estar aqui com nós, mas é isso, já nós comemora com ele daqui a pouquinho.
Eu queria primeiramente agradecer a Deus. Porque sem ele nada disso teria acontecido. A minha mãe sempre me disse que esse dia ia chegar, porque ela, desde da nossa classificação para o Mundial na LBFF, ela vinha falando todos os dias que a gente ia ser campeão, que ela sentia isso, eu sentia também, porque esse time esse ano teve um ano incrível e para finalizar com chave de ouro, só o título mesmo. E eu fiquei com uma cobrança individual muito grande depois do Mundial passado, que a gente perdeu no detalhe para o mesmo time, que no caso é a Buriram hoje. Então, vindo uma cobrança individual muito grande de esse ano conseguir trazer, deixar empatado esse 1-1, e ano que vem vamos desempatar e, se Deus quiser, vai vir mais um pro Brasil.
Então, primeiramente, novamente, aí, queria agradecer a Deus aí. Sem ele eu não seria nada. E também, um troféu muito lindo. E mais um anel pra coleção, vai ser 5 agora, vai ser o Thanos. Então é isso. Aguardo vocês até o final do ano também. E é nóis.
Agradecer a Deus também e as mães, as nossas famílias, meu pai, minha avó, meu avô, todo mundo que tá sempre incentivando a gente, mandando boas energias. E ao meu time também, que tornou essa experiência de vir pro Mundial uma experiência incrível. Melhorou 200% e por tudo que a gente passou pelo nosso ano, a nossa união, isso aqui acho que foi como o coroamento, né? O fechar o ano com chave de ouro. A gente mereceu muito. É isso aí.
Rapaz, obrigado aí às mães também que torceu por nós aí. Não esqueci de vocês não. Amo vocês. E é nóis. Te amo, mãe. Te amo, minha família aí. É nóis.
Tropa, queria agradecer a Deus, né? Sem ele nada é possível. E esse time aqui, que os caras são minha família também, né? E é isso, tropa. Agradecer a minha namorada também, que ela é uma pessoa incrível comigo. E é isso, tamo junto.
Right, so now you guys are already the world champion. What is your next target?
Agora que vocês já são os campeões mundiais, qual é o próximo objetivo da Magic?
O nosso sempre objetivo é sempre o próximo, a gente sempre pensa campeonato a campeonato, sempre entra para disputar qualquer um. Vai ter um aí, que é esse que já está vindo para o Brasil, então acho que vai ser o nosso foco para o ano de 2023 ali no começo e esperar o calendário aí ser definido pela Garena para que a gente venha continuar o trabalho e ir em busca de mais títulos.
Our goal is always the next tournament, so we do a tournament after tournament. We have a huge tournament in Brazil in the end of the year, and next year we'll be prepared for the calendar we have.
Right. And next question is for the coach. Do you have any difficulty mentoring and providing tactics to the team in Free Fire World Series 2023? Do you have any difficulty mentoring and providing tactics for the team in Free Fire World Series 2023?
Você encontrou alguma dificuldade em passar a estratégia de vocês para o time no Free Fire World Series?
Repeat, please.
Você encontrou alguma dificuldade em passar as estratégias que vocês tinham para o time no Free Fire World Series?
Para falar a verdade, a maior dificuldade desde que a gente chegou aqui foi sempre se adaptar. Seja ela ao fuso horário, seja ela os times. Jogam totalmente diferente do Brasil, então são estratégias diferentes. Mas meu time é muito sólido e muito inteligente, consegue aprender muito fácil. Agradecer ao Bobs que consegue fazer isso parecer muito fácil, algo que é difícil. Mas ele tem uma facilidade enorme em aprender e fazer da maneira dele, do jeito dele que ele acha. E encaixando tudo certinho, faz esse show acontecer.
The main difficulty is to adapt to the scenario we found here in Thailand. For example, the time zone. The other teams that play very different from the Brazilian ones. So Pops, our captain, is the key player for that. So just thank them. He's very clever and he always find a way to do the right thing at the moment.
So lastly, any last words to your fan as the new champion of Free Fire World Series 2023?
Algum recado para os fãs no Brasil agora que vocês são campeões mundiais?
Agradecer, né, mano? Vocês mandando energias positivas o ano todo pra nós, não só no Mundial, como na LB, todos os campeonatos que a gente joga. Só agradecer por isso e falar pra continuar torcendo nós, que isso aqui foi só o começo, esse foi só o primeiro ano desse time. Se Deus quiser, vamos continuar junto e continuar ganhando tudo, botando pra F daquele jeito.
Just thanking everyone. We are very happy to be here. It's the first year as a team, and next year we'll be together and win everything again.
Right. And congratulations, obrigado to Magic Squad! Yay! Woo! As we close the chapter on Free Fire World Series 2023, we would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to all the team, to all the players, and all the fans who made this competition a spectacular success. Thank you for being part of this thrilling journey, and it's been my pleasure hosting you this competition. Signing off from Free Fire World Series 2023. Keep the spirit alive, and don't forget, happy gaming everyone. Thank you and goodbye. Bye-bye.
And there we have it. Our champion of the year has been crowned. It's Magic Squad. They're bringing back the trophy to Brazil, which means we could be looking at a next World Series in Brazil.
Well, they put us in the basement here in Bangkok. I would much prefer a basement in Brazil, just because we were in Bangkok last year as well.
Yeah, we were.
And you know, it's nice to see the basement of a different country.
Yeah, I mean, able to attend 2 World Series and see the era literally shift within 1 year, exactly 1 year from last year, right? Thailand won the 3rd trophy. 1 year later, 365 days, Brazil wins the trophy. Couldn't have asked for a better storyline.
Nuh-uh. Especially from Magic Squad, who were continuously being tortured by Loud and trying their best to stop them. But everything went their way towards the end, right? Loud bombed out twice in Nextera, and Nextera gave them that high-tier loot zone twice in a row. I mean, in the history of Free Fire, it has never happened like that. Never, ever.
Absolutely. Well, just to recap this tournament, we just wanted to show off the MVP leader, the champion for 2023. A recap of the overall standings for the matches today, with Magic Squad being crowned the champion. Buriram United just missing out after a spectacular round by Magic Squad. C-Triple-G unfortunately falling a little bit short in the round as well, just not able to eliminate the big dogs and securing points to get on top of that. But aside from that, I mean, we had a really top-heavy competition this year. There were some teams that really just weren't able to get a foothold. And I think it just shows, again, the growth of Free Fire, right? Overall, the skill gap for this game is getting bigger. Teams are getting better. We're getting new blood in the scene as well. And it just makes you think, like, what's going to happen next year? Like, what kind of meta are we going to be looking at too?
Oh yeah, we can be sure that the meta will change once again. But the question is, just like Brazil, who will break that meta and prove everybody else wrong and think outside of the box? But there's one thing I was curious about, right? Did the point rush actually make a difference? Expand actually made it happen with the 3 points.
I can't wait for next year.
All right, well, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. We'll see you all next year.